Spoken by you, Simran, as far as the license breach is concerned, the shell companies that also sees the involvement of the Luthra brothers in one way or the other. We are learning on how there is one particular address that all these shell companies have also been really located at. So all of this currently is being looked at. The money laundering angle is also in place. But right now, all eyes are on the Luthra brothers coming to Goa and then facing all of these charges.
Well, absolutely. In fact, Riha, as you very rightly pointed out, that there are such higher level of negligencies that were put up. Also, there were many such norms that were already being also raised, that they have been flouted. Now, all of that was earlier as well a part of the investigation. But right now, by this entire incident, what has come to the fore for the Goa police as well, that after they will be coming to Goa, they will be brought to Goa. The Goa police is going to take the custody of the Luthra duo, and this is also going to cast a massive shadow on the larger scrutiny of how the other establishments located on the illegal construction site is also going to face the brunt of the tightening of the norms and the regulations and the implementation of the protocols here in Goa. And as you also in fact speak about how exactly this is going to be a tough time while Goa police is preparing for the arrival of the Luthra brothers here itself as well. The Goa police is also likely to produce them tomorrow in the court, and thereafter the interrogation and the point-by-point questioning as to what was the channel that was being used and how exactly the entire money was also flowing into running this establishment, and not just that, who all were involved into this syndicate, while the nexus was largely consisting of also likely the political backing. But right now, Luthras, the duo, is being considered also as the main culprit. But who is also behind it in terms of contributing to the flouting of the norms and also not having any regard of the law, while they have been trying for time and again to escape the law after also running these establishments and these commercial activities. It has never been on record that these brothers have appeared before any management or been before any government official or have submitted their reply. They have been in possession of as the owners on this property from June 2024. That has been enough time where number of repeated irregularities were raised, but ever since, in fact, they have taken the possession for conducting the operations on this land, they have not come forward. And right now, this is the time. This is the time, in fact, that they will be presenting what has been their involvement, and they will be forced to leak these details, which is actually going to be a big breakthrough for the Goa police.
Simran, do stay on with us. On this note, I'd also like to introduce my guests who are joining us on the broadcast. Anil Mishra, advocate from Supreme Court, is with us. He's also partner at JD Law. Ashwini Dubey, advocate, Supreme Court, joins us, and also joining us is Mukesh Kumar Meena, as a former DGP of Goa. And we also have our colleague Arunima now joining us. Arunima, the eventuality behind all of this, the way the Luthra brothers were in fact nabbed by the Thai authorities, went down, all boiled down to they getting out for a meal is when they were tracked down by Thai authorities. You have been bringing us all of those details while you were in Thailand yourself. And now the trail will be now starting from Delhi, where they will be, the Goa police will be seeking their transit remand, eventually taking the brothers to Goa. What really happens once now that they have landed in the national capital?
So it's the beginning of the end as far as quest for justice is concerned. The first step has been taken. As far as Luthra brothers trying to escape the law of the land is concerned, it is now entering the end point. Why do I say so? Because they have been deported from Thailand. So any attempt that they were making to escape the rule of law in India, that has not been successful at all. Indian agencies escorted them. 3 officials guarded them throughout the flight. They were seated in the last row of this Indigo flight. It was about a 5-hour long journey, 4.5-5 hour long journey. Throughout this time, they were kept restricted, not allowed to interact much. Even though there was a lot of curiosity around them. 25 people died, and Goa police listed out how there were major violations carried out in their premises. So there was curiosity. A lot of Indian passengers who were flying back with them were curious about these two co-passengers, but the authorities escorting them kept them away, no interaction allowed. And as I'm speaking to you, the process of deboarding has begun.
Okay.
The Goa police is there. CISF will be the first agency that will escort them, take over from the three officials who are escorting them. Then CISF hands them over to Goa police, which is ready with the arrest memo. Arrest memo presentation would formalize the arrest, and then medical and producing them in the magistrates court for transit remand. So next 1 hour or so, all of these procedures will be completed. Immigration also could take some time.
Okay, so keeping in mind the kind of time immigration formalities are going to take, Ananya, we are expecting that transit remand proceedings to get over by today, or it can spill on to tomorrow as well. Ananya?
Transit remand proceedings won't take much of a time. The transit remand won't take much of a time. These proceedings would actually continue for a bit, there would be the lawyers of the Goa police also present inside, who would in fact be giving out the details of how this case has unfolded and why these brothers have been brought back. But first, as soon as they are arrested by the Goa police, they will first be taken to a hospital nearby in Sector 9 Dwarka, where they will in fact be medically examined. Their medical examination would be done, and then they would be taken to the Delhi's Patiala House Court, where transit proceedings would actually begin in this particular case. So very clearly at this particular juncture, these brothers would be brought in fact to the national capital's Patiala House Court, and then the remand proceedings would actually continue as far as things are concerned.
Right, absolutely. Thank you so much for that, Ananya. Let me actually bring in Mr. Anil Mishra now on this. Mr. Mishra, the fact that there was an anticipatory bail plea that a Delhi court was also looking at while the Luthra brothers were still in Thailand, the Thai authorities had managed to nab them. The kind of things that were mentioned in that particular plea, talking about how on medical grounds they are seeking a bail, an anticipatory bail. They're talking about how one brother has a neurological issue, the other one is epileptic. All of this did not cut much ice with the court, and that's why they're being brought, and Goa police eventually is going to be seeking that transit remand. What really happens when the matter is finally again in court today in the national capital before the brothers will be expected to be heading to Goa?
First of all, I would say that I would congratulate MEA officials. The extradition has been really quick. They have been brought back very quickly. Now in the transit proceedings, since the FIR has been lodged at Goa, so therefore the Delhi court doesn't have the jurisdiction. So it's only because they have to travel from Delhi to Goa. Therefore a transit remand to the Goa police is given by the court in which jurisdiction the accused have landed. So therefore the transit remand process will be done, which is a formality in any case. The lawyers of Luthra brothers would be fighting that no, the Goa police doesn't need the remand, we will need to be here. All that will not cut much of ice. They have to go to Goa, and then they will be presented before the magistrate in Goa, and whether the magistrate gives a police remand or sends them to judicial custody, it is up to the magistrate at Goa.
Well, absolutely. And Ashwini Dubey, I'd like your word in here. There is a paper trail against the Luthras, and that also talks about the larger offence against them, the other cases that also possibly the brothers will be tried for. And one of them is about the illegalities pertaining to this particular property of theirs. And there's other properties also that the Goa government and also the legal teams are looking at. What happens about that? Will that right now not take precedence in the face of what the Goa police is currently seeking?
No, first, since the FIR against them is under section 105, which is culpable homicide, and 125A and B, which is endangering life and personal safety of others, and 227 negligent conduct. So the investigation with respect to the offences which has been registered against them will be conducted by the Goa police. Then all possible, probable evidences relating to this incident and why there was a mismanagement, why the rules were being ignored, and why the authorities which were responsible for check and balances have ignored this Birch by Romeo Lane nightclub which was being run by them, and who are those other persons, because the one of the offenses under section 3 subclause 5 which is the common intention. So it's not only the Luthra brothers, to my understanding the others who have slept over the rules or the guidelines which are required with respect to running of a club, that should be looked into, because what primarily we are seeing that the club does not have the requisite permissions. Number two, it's deportation from another country is an administrative process. It's not extradition, it's a deportation. Deportation is with the purpose to bring someone to justice for a serious crime committed in another country. Third, they will brought to the moment they will land and they will taken to the jurisdictional police station of that airport, and from there after, as Mr. Vishra said, that the formalities will be completed. Transit is just a formal process and they will take into it. But at the same time, so far as the powers of the court, even the transit court is concerned for giving bail, is also absolute under the provisions of BNSS. But the thing remains the one that why only the authorities wake up when these kind of incidents happen. It's not an incident, normal criminal offense committed. 25 people, including tourists, have lost their life, and police has been ignorant about this. The authority of Goas have been ignorant about this. The encouragement agencies which are responsible for looking after that there should not be encouragement on the public land, they are also responsible about this. So to some extent, responsibility has to be fixed, and who is responsible? That should be taken to the task. Logical and a logical conclusion in any criminal case is important. Since it's a media hype, media reported matter, therefore they have brought. What would happen tomorrow and what action is taken by the court, whether they have been found guilty, that's
Yes,
a different
absolutely.
parameter.
And I would want Mr. Mukesh Kumar Meena's inputs on this. How are the authorities in Goa, sir, taking that high moral ground when there have been several lapses under their watch? And it could start with how the entire license of Birch by Romeo Lane at the Arpora property, that also was not renewed for the last 18 months. And this is something that is just a start. There is, of course, the other matter which is to do with the land, so to speak, where this property was eventually set up. What about all of those aspects? Can the authorities, not be blamed for everything that has happened? It's only the Luthra brothers, because right now the eventual thing is that they need to come down, face the law. The matter shifts to Goa.
In fact, whenever anybody is opening such kind of enterprise in anywhere, the due permission is required to be taken by the concerned authorities. But I don't think they are very serious about this, because what happens if everybody must be knowing that this is running illegally, and right from down to top, there must be some government level, there must be some enforcement agency, district administration, they must be involved with them, and they must be giving free hand to them. Even Panchayat, they have issued notice 1 year back and no action has been taken. It is only formality just to show them that we have issued notices. So lapses are there. In fact, such things should be immediately stopped. When there is no public safety and security of people who are visiting and tourists, and as well as their staff, it is really disgusting. But they must. Now government has like they are conducting inquiry. Now let's see what happens, what comes in the inquiry, because
Absolutely.
case is different. In
Right,
the
absolutely.
case,
Let's actually get in a quick
taken.
word from my colleagues who are also on ground. And with any movement at the airport, because obviously the action from there only will head to Goa. What is happening at the airport at the moment? All right, we have Simran as well. Anvit seems to be taking into account what really is happening as far as the immigration formalities of the Luthra brothers are concerned. Simran, about all of these concerns that were flagged in the past also, and you've spoken to one of the whistleblowers yourself, there has been a case against a certain Mr. Surinder Khosla as well, claiming that he did not even pay for this land on which Birch by Romeo Lane was set up by the Luthra brothers, over which they are claiming that it is on lease that they had got the land. They are not the original owners. So the land in itself is in the dock at the moment. What is happening about that case?
Well, absolutely. In fact, very rightly said. The land in itself is about a larger contest of the questions that are being raised, and that is why it is even more problematic for the authorities to pin the blame onto what exact department has been issuing them the green flags for conducting all sort of establishment and the construction activities, all of them being deemed as illegal. So that is why, in fact, the land, as you also said, to also let my viewers know, it was originally not even belonging to the person who had given it on the lease to Luthra brothers in the month of June last year. But what is also important to note here is, Griha, that this is not just one outlet where by these Luthra brothers in Goa. As we have also reported earlier, that the other outlet at the Vagator beach on which they had another property for the commercial establishment, that was being demolished. A part of it that was demolished post this very incident when Luthra brothers flee just within hours of the incident being reported at one of their properties. That demolition, after being carried out, was in fact not even sufficient for the Luthra brothers to take a setback, or to face a setback rather.
In fact, on that aspect too, there was a plea before the court, and this was also mentioned in that anticipatory bail plea. And I'd like Mr. Mishra's inputs on this. They said there is the law so draconian that one of their properties needed to be razed, and they also are claiming that this was illegally done. So this bulldozer action, is this going to go against the state, is what my question to you is, sir.
But before that, I want to say something, that why do the authorities or everyone wait for such tragedies to happen?
Absolutely.
This is Upahar tragedy all over again after almost 30 years. Upahar was 1997, and still the same thing. The premise didn't have proper fire safety measures. Small thing, the fire department has to go check and give a license, but nobody bothers for it. People go on temporary licenses. The local authority, they are not taking any responsibility. Now, what now? Why do we wait for all this to happen?
Absolutely.
Because
And Mr. Mishra, I said when you point a finger at someone, fingers are pointing back at you. So we will look at the larger aspect of this case that is becoming murky by every passing day. Every now and then we keep looking at all these whistleblowers talking about how this land itself is illegal. But we are putting out those visuals. On that one side of your screen, you see the visuals from the IGI airport in the national capital. Any minute, we will see the Luthra brothers will be taken out of the airport, taken to court, so that their transit remand is sought by the Goa police. And my colleague Anvit is there at the airport tracking all of these developments. Anvit, any movement there?
Yes, you see arrangements being made by Delhi Police as well as by the CISF. Quick Response Team commandos of CISF are here, and this is the VIP entry gate, that entry and exit gate, in fact, of the international arrival terminal of Indira Gandhi International Airport. And you see elaborate arrangements have been made, barricading has been done, and now they are also putting around ropes, and media has been cordoned to a side because any time now after following the formalities and paperwork, once it will be done, and once the deportation formalities will be completed and paperwork will be complete, we believe they'll be taken to Patiala House Court and for the transit remand. But elaborate arrangement, the quick deportation that it was within 10 days, and they fled on 7th of morning, and today is so within 10 days this deportation has happened, and the very same day when they had fled, lookout notice was also issued. So governments have acted promptly, and now they are being brought back. Like I was earlier saying, now investigation does not only remain restricted to the incident that has happened and the lives that were lost, not only the criminal negligence and culpable homicide not amounting to murder, but it has gone beyond that. Now finances of these companies are being looked into, the norms that have been flouted, civic agencies that were allowing this place to be run, and also the norms and fire safety guidelines that were not being adhered to. So a lot of things to look into, not just Luthra brothers but other agencies also will now come under the radar because they were allowing this place to be run. So
the main charge remains culpable homicide, Anvit. We'd want to understand from you how much time, give or take, will this entire immigration process really take so that we see the Luthras coming out and eventually taken to court?
See, we are expecting that it will take at least an hour. For now, they must have deboarded. CSF teams are there to cordon them to the deportation area. And now, once they are there, their CBI teams are inside. There are also CISF and Delhi police along with Goa police. And formalities are being completed. Paperwork is being completed. Arrest memo has been served to the brothers. Following some paperwork and immigration formalities, they'll walk out. And this is the gate we are expecting them to walk out. You see, Delhi police officials are, going inside. And a short while ago, CBI team was also here. They also went inside. So multi-agencies are here, and the focus is to bring them out, take them to Patiala House Court, help Goa police get their transit remand, and then take them to Panji, where investigation into this entire case can be completed.
Before that happens, Arunima also continues to be with us. Before the brothers are taken to Panaji, Arunima, the main case that one is looking at, because this has become a murky business, and we have been talking about how there are very many other cases that the brothers are involved in, and all of that has been unearthed, including the money laundering charge that is against them. But the main case right now that the brothers are going to be tried for is culpable homicide. Of course, the licensing issues, the fire safety norms that have been terribly flouted, that resulted in the 25 deaths that resulted on their property. All of that first will be looked at, is that right?
So the probe will be multi-pronged. It's not as if they are going to only focus one issue at a time.
Okay.
There are multiple issues where there is a problem with the way the Luthra brothers were running their establishment. Money laundering aspect, there is a possibility that at some point Enforcement Directorate could come in, since they are the ones who are responsible. But Goa Police's investigation will look at the violations, how the no objection certificates were not taken, fire clearances were not taken, complicity with authorities right from panchayat level till the top, and most importantly, this decision to flee. Even though they've tried to argue, the Luthras have tried to argue that they were visiting Thailand for work purposes, nobody is buying that argument, and Goa Police has a strong suspicion that somebody tipped them off about an impending arrest. They were in Delhi at that point, and hence that flight getting booked at 1:17, which is about an hour 15 minutes since the inferno began. Who tipped them off? How was this entire flight to Thailand staged? And all of the conspiracy that Goa Police suspects will be their investigation starting point. They're hoping to get them into custody by tomorrow morning latest, or tonight. And interrogation will begin thereon. As of this moment, Goa Police is waiting at the T3 immigration wing, where custody will shortly be given to them by the Indian officials who accompanied the Luthras.
Right, absolutely. We also have Ananya, who's joining us from the Patiala House Court in Delhi. He has an update for us. Ananya, we're learning that the proceedings will be starting at 4 this evening. That's what you're bringing to us. More on this.
Well, absolutely. As far as legal sources are confirmed, the lawyers connected to the case completely go on to tell us that the proceedings are likely to begin around 4 p.m. as far as the Patiala House Court is concerned, because there is a lengthy procedure that needs to be carried out at the airport. First, in fact, arrest memo would be served to them, the grounds of arrest would be read, and then a formal arrest would be made as far as the Goa Police is concerned, and then he will be taken for a medical would be done in Dwarka, and then the two brothers will be brought to the Patiala House Court, where the Goa Police would be seeking their transit remand to take them to Goa. So that is exactly why these proceedings could get delayed till 4 p.m. in fact, the National Capital's Patiala House Court. So we'll have to wait and watch for that. But definitely, the flight has now landed. The process and paperwork would begin very, very soon as far as the supplying of the grounds of arrest and giving out arrest memo is concerned. So we'll have to wait and watch as to how things pan out. But definitely, it's an end game that is coming in for the Luthras, because as soon as this transit remand is granted, they will be taken to Goa, where the actual prosecution in this case would actually begin.
Right, absolutely. And the counsel of the Luthra brothers, Arunima, there with all of those details. We'll try and establish that connection with Arunima in just a bit. But let me bring in Ashwini Dubey back. Ashwini, the fact that the charges will be read out before the Luthra brothers by the Goa police, and that's how the proceedings really end at the airport, and then later the action shifts to the Patiala House Court. What happens when it is about their counsel? Any arguments that can be presented there, or everything happens in court from then on, from when the brothers are taken out of the airport?
defense counsel, the lawyers who would represent Mr. Luthra, their first argument would be that they had not violated any law and they have not fled from justice. They were always ready and willing to cooperate. That is the why they filed an application seeking anticipatory bail, meaning thereby they were not absconding. But the moment they were deported from there, and at the request of Goa police, that there are specific sections of BNS have been invoked against them for committing certain crime under section 105, which is self-culpable homicide, and then endangering life and personal safety of others and other sections. The police of Goa police would argue that since the investigation has to be done and custodial interrogation is required, because this argument may take place even before the transit court. It is not that the transit court is just to sign and just let them. Transit court also evaluate the evidences that whether the person who has been brought to us, are there sufficient evidences against them to take it to the jurisdictional police station for further investigation. And on that event, both the defense and the prosecution lawyers would argue on this point, and then court after satisfying will say no, since there is a custodial interrogation required for certain other violations which the Goa police is still yet to investigate, because their presence is required, on that count court may send them to the Goa. Then the Goa police, not only the Luthras but all other persons associated with this offense, probable, because the offense is registered against some other persons also. So after during the investigation, their names would be revealed, and the certain violations which you are just telling to your viewers with respect to the illegal encroachment over the land, even with respect to the land which they have encroached, and the owner of the land doesn't know that they have encroached it, because that area is in fact a prohibited area. That's a salt pane area, and that is why they have violated. The Birch by Romeo Lane has been encroached, certain part of the land of which belonging to the other person who is from Goa. So that will also be investigated upon, and if there are any violations ignored by the authorities, meaning that the panchayats look after the every licensing process of in Goa, that too in Goa the panchayats are in fact the more powerful than any district court of Delhi or other parts of the country you would talk about. So panchayat sarpanch, if he has ignored it, or the panchayat secretary, if he has ignored that the specific violations, or found that yes, this their nightclub was made by ignoring certain law, then of course the offenses would be applicable against them also, because their section 3.5 talks about the common interest. So let's see how the investigation proceeds.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for that, Ashwini. So Arunima, initially when we were looking at this particular case, and we were also looking at the anticipatory bail plea that was before a Delhi court while the brothers were still in Thailand, the one argument was that they did not flee the country, they were out for work-related things. And one thing that also was brought to notice through the report that you'd filed was that there was a possible tip-off that was given to the brothers of the lookout circular against them before even the blue corner notice eventually was given out by the Interpol. All of these aspects will also be looked at in the court today?
Yes, that is a suspicion, whether it is, in the court of law today or later in the investigation, because today at the Patiala House Court, it's only a transit remand application, where the remand application is likely to list why Goa police wants custodial interrogation, what is it that they suspect of them of doing, the fact that they fled to Thailand, that will be mentioned in all likelihood in the transit remand application as well. The second remand application will be seen in Goa, where Goa police will argue as to why they want to question the Luthras in custody. Why is custodial interrogation required? So that remand application will list out all these charges. First, the reason why Luthra brothers should be held accountable for death of 25 people. Their own employees were among the deceased, yet they did not stay back and do anything to help the families or meet the families or even meet those who were injured. The conspiracy that Goa police suspects, that somebody was tipping them off. Otherwise, how could they book a flight to Thailand within an hour and 15 minutes of the inferno and escape? The lookout circular came much later. So they do suspect a conspiracy. The blue notice that Interpol had issued was also part of that well thought out strategy. But first and foremost, Goa police would want to question the Luthras about the crime itself. They're being charged with culpable homicide not amounting to murder. So under that section, Goa investigating officer would want to question.
We're also putting out certain inside visuals from inside the aircraft which had brought the Luthra brothers back to the country. These shots, we are playing them deferred for our viewers. Visuals of the Luthra duo while in the custody, and that while they were landing in the national capital, deboarding this aircraft, the craft that has got them from Thailand to India. These are the first shots of the Luthra brothers inside the aircraft there, as they have landed in the national capital, and that arrest warrant is going to be served to them by the Goa police, or is already have. We'll get that update from our colleague Anvit. Anvit, on these visuals, we are putting that out for our viewers.
Are after soon around the deboarding. They have been taken to immigration counter, as we know now, and Goa police teams are waiting at the immigration counter to they have been served an arrest memo, and soon the formalities are completed. Some paperwork will be there. CISF teams, we are being told, were there on the tarmac when the deboarding was happening, and they were brought along with the Delhi police teams and CISF. They had brought them to immigration counter, and now the formalities of immigration will be completed, and after that, following some paperwork, we are being told that it will take at least half an hour more to for them to step out. This is the gate that you're seeing from where they'll be stepping out. You can see additional deployment has been made, and the entire area of this in front of this VIP green barricade. I request my camera person, and this is how the
ideas there. But the focus is to make sure the law and order remains intact, and these brothers will be coming here. A lot of government vehicles are also lined here. These cars will be
taken to Patiala House Court, and we believe that Goa police teams and Delhi police team and also teams from CBI will be there in that convoy, and they'll be taken to Patiala House, where the arguments will happen, and Goa police will seek their custody. Now, after transit remand, they'll be taken to Panji, where the investigation is to be taken. But this is the international terminal, arrival terminal of Indira Gandhi International Airport, where the flight has already landed. Some formalities are still going on, and the visual that you were showing were of Luthra brothers after the landing, after disembarking the plane. They are inside the terminal building now, and anytime soon they'll be walking out of this gate once the immigration facilities and the paperwork of deportation is completed.
Absolutely. The Luthras back in the country to face the law, and these are the exclusive visuals from inside the aircraft which had carried the brothers from Thailand back to India. Any minute they are going to be presented with that arrest warrant by the Goa police and then taken to the Patiala House Court for that transit remand hearing. But Mr. Meena, I'd like your inputs on the other allegations that have been unearthed in the process of looking at this tragedy that had emerged from one of the properties of the Luthras in Goa. We're learning that in early 2024, the local village panchayat was scheduled to carry out an inspection of the property, and on the 17th of January is when they claimed that the construction was illegal. And the brothers were supposed to appear for that inspection. They never did, and the matter never really took off. What is this kind of laxity that has been on display, and now that it has come to fore in the process of looking at this particular story and the investigation, the way it is proceeding?
It can't be said laxity. Somebody at top level must be involved in protecting them. Because what happens, the authorities, they start taking action, and there is always interference in their working. So there must be some interference or connivance from panchayat. We don't know until unless inquiry reveals. But inquiry cannot reveal, because if somebody is from the government side involved, then how can they say he was involved and she was involved? So what happens, this is really unfortunate. In fact, they were running the show without without legal things. All illegalities were there in their running. Still, no action was taken. If authorities were serious, they could have demolished it, they could have stopped it, and they could have stopped death of so many people. But certainly there is connivance. And moreover, I can say in working of police in Goa, because there was the lot of tourists are going, around 1 lakh tourists, more than 1 lakh tourists are visiting per year. There are so many pubs, resorts, and the traffic has also increased, and there are so many issues, even like drug and many issues are there. Even foreign tourists are also coming. So I recommended that there should be 2 more police districts. Now they have got only 2 police districts. So SPs of capital city, who is sitting in power in Panji, he can't look after whole district, revenue district. There are 2 revenue districts and 2 police districts. So I recommended that there should be 4 police districts, 2 more police districts should be there, so that officer at district level officer can supervise this. It is recommend that it is not humanly not possible for SP level officer to supervise such thing, and such things are happening. If government also agreed, but I don't know till now the orders have not been issued. It is high time that government should issue order and create 2 more police districts and SP level officers. Then only things will be there so that they can be closely supervised. Because I all anticipated this when I was DGP there.
Okay.
That things are not good. Things are not being properly supervised at this level. So I don't know when they are going to be made operational, but they should make immediately operational, because there should be 4 district SPs there. Then only we can expect close supervision.
Right,
And
absolutely.
otherwise, you can see always there are incidents are taking place, and we just order inquiry, and media is there, and
Absolutely.
after some time they forget.
So, Mr. Mishra, would your like your inputs too on this? The panchayat is equally to blame because they did draft a demolition proposal in the year 2025 itself, early 2025, and sat on it, chose not to do anything about it.
Panchayat. In fact, in Goa, the kind of construction activities we see, we read about it, there are lots of lapses by the local panchayat, the local municipal corporations. Supposedly, the authorities are hand in glove with the construction authorities. So all this, as I said, this is Upahar all over again. Upahar was running for 12 years on a temporary permit. So this again is we are not learning from our mistakes. And one more thing which I would want
We do
to
see
say.
some movement at the IGI airport. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Mishra, but I'd like to go to my colleague Anvit. Anvit, we do see some movement at the gate there at the VIP exit where you're standing. So possibly we will see the Luthra duo coming out any minute.
Yes, we are expecting some movement in half an hour, and we are being told that certain formalities are underway, and officials who are deployed here, they got a communication shot a while ago that formalities are underway, and it would take at least half an hour to 20 minutes for Luthra.
And first images while they have landed in the national capital, possibly, Anvit, that is what we are putting out of the Luthra brothers there. They have masked themselves. And possibly from the Delhi airport is where they are putting out, we are putting out these shots from. We'll have Anvit confirm that for our viewers. And we do see that they have landed in the national capital, and these are the first images of the brothers of the Luthra duo while they've landed. Anvit? Anvit, if you can hear me. We also have Ananya on the broadcast. Ananya, very soon the action is going to be shifting where you are standing at the Patiala House Court, and we are just putting out these first images of the Luthra brothers as they have landed in the national capital. The proceedings are currently underway of immigration after that arrest warrant has been served to them by the Goa police. Now that the matter shifts to court, certainly there will be very many of these arguments that have already been presented by the counsel of the Luthra brothers while their anticipatory bail plea was being heard in another court in Delhi. Is that going to be repeated today also, or the transit remand proceeding is going to be a quick one?
Well, absolutely. Transit remand is generally, in fact, a particular remand for the benefit of our viewers, which is granted in when an accused is arrested by another state police team in a particular city or a district, and then they are taken to that home state. So in this case, now the Goa police will seek a transit remand, seek the court's permission basically to take him from the national capital to, in fact, Goa, and that is something that's what transit remand is. They will be specifying as to why the investigators need him. They'll have to specify as to what is the charge against these two brothers, and every detail and bit of piece would be given out to the court here in the national capital at the Patiala House Court, because this is the court under whose jurisdiction the IGI airport comes in. The arrest has happened at the IGI airport, hence these two brothers will be brought to, in fact, the IGI airport, to the Patiala House Court. And from here, after taking a transit remand, then these two brothers will be taken to, in fact, Goa. More importantly, the kind of arguments that were addressed during the anticipatory bail application, the court found that the conduct of the brothers was not something that is warranted for an anticipatory bail. In fact, they ran away from the country is what the court noted, and also that they had no particular licenses while they were running this particular club. Major documents were also missing as far as this club is concerned.
Right, absolutely, Ananya. We are putting out the images of the Luthra brothers as they have arrived in the national capital, and these are the first images of the two brothers, or both of them masked, and they have been, in fact, documented at the Delhi International Airport right after deboarding the aircraft. And there you can see that ramp there right after exiting the aircraft is when this image was taken, and this image was documented, and this is what we are putting out for our viewers. Luthra brothers in Delhi finally, and now the custody battle is going to be beginning, and they will be that Goa police will be seeking that transit remand so that they can be taken to Goa. My colleague Anvit continues to be with us on the broadcast. Anvit, you're just putting out these images of the Luthra brothers as they have deboarded the aircraft, and it seems to be taken right then. And you're saying half an hour is when we see the brothers coming out and exiting the airport.
Yes, and we are being told that formalities are underway, some paperwork and deportation formalities are underway, and Goa police is also there that has served them the arrest warrant, and they'll take the custody, and from there the teams will straight away take them to Patiala House Court. This is the gate of the VIP entry and exit gate which has completely been cordoned. You can see CISF's quick response team commandos there guarding the gate to maintain the law and order. There's also Delhi police here, and entire gate, entire area, this is a VIP parking area that has been completely cordoned. Media has been cordoned to a side, and there is a convoy, a long line of vehicles that is here, and these are expected to be taken from here to Patiala House Court, and then arguments will start for their transit remand. But if we talk about the last 10 days, these brothers fled on morning of December 7th, and the same day lookout circular was issued by the Bureau of Immigration on the request of Goa police, and just 2 days later these brothers were located by Thai authorities. Indian agencies were informed. In the meanwhile, their passport and travel documents were also suspended. Indian agencies were informed when they were detained. They were brought back from Patong to Bangkok, and there they were kept for 2 to 3 days when the formalities were completed. Now today morning, after 10 days, after 9 to 10 days, they were put on a plane on Indigo flight 1064, 6E1064, and now they have landed. Now this is the gate they'll be exiting from within half an hour or 20 minutes. Formalities have almost been completed. Arrest warrants have been served. Some paperwork and deportation formalities that are being done. A short while ago, a Delhi police team and sleuths of Central Bureau of Investigation went inside from this gate we saw, and CSF teams were also there to cordon them and to bring these brothers back. The photo that we are showing is from immediately after they had exited the Aero Bridge. We can see both of them, and you can also see some airline officials in the backdrop. So they have been detained, they have been brought, their transit remand will be taken. They will be most back to Goa today evening if the transit remand is given by the Patiala House Court, and then the investigation will begin. These two brothers had been absconding, and a lot of angles on investigation front had been incomplete. So once they are in the custody, investigation, their questioning will be done, and based on their interrogation, a lot of we are also expecting the can of worms will open, because it seems to be the radar seems to be tightening, the news seems to be tightening on multiple agencies functioning in Goa, not just municipal authorities but also law enforcement that have allowed this place to run for 18 months without a valid license, and also other fire safety norms and other legal norms that were not being adhered to. So the investigation will widen as they were taken to Panjim, and other agencies other than these brothers, other than the charges that is on them that for culpable homicide not amounting to murder, also with regards to negligence of related to combustible items, we are also being told that the fire was started when electric fireworks being conducted, and whether there was permission for that or not. Also, a lot of alcohol was being stored. So was it being stored legally? Because that eventually fueled the fire in the basement. We have also heard testimonies from survivors who have said that yes, it was difficult to move out because the place was full of smoke and there was hardly any secondary exit or entry points. The entry and exit points were also narrow. So were they being adhered to the basic norms of fire safety, that the width should be this much and there has to be a alternate exit? So everything will now be looked at, and multiple agencies will now come into the radar when the Goa police widens its investigation around this and around the lives that have been lost.
Absolutely, Anvit, and the reason why Anvit's camera seems to be panning a lot is because we are looking at the first glimpse of the Luthra brothers, who will be exiting the Delhi International Airport from that very VIP gate where you see ample security presence and cover, and we will see that very shortly. Simran also is with us. Anvit has just mentioned about the kind of charges that the Luthra brothers are facing. One is, of course, Simran, the construction of the nightclub in that restricted zone, in that eco-sensitive zone. A concern that has only come to light after this tragedy has really killed 25 people, and that's how troubling this entire fact is. We're also, in fact, looking at very many problematic things that have come to fore, whether it is about the single entry or exit point, no emergency exit that was part of the property, no firefighting equipment at the premises, or even the establishment never obtaining a NOC. What were the authorities really doing for the establishment of such a scale and magnitude, having running there for close to 2 years and no NOC when it is about fire safety? The license also too was not renewed, and yet the authorities were caught napping.
Well, absolutely. And in one word, if I have to tell you from the experience of getting the documents and understanding the nexus, is that the authorities were only busy over these years in passing the buck. And that is where it has led to, in passing the buck through the official notices, show cause notices, and the orders and the suspension notices as well. What has in fact come to the fore is this very horrific, tragic incident, which had directly or indirectly, in a way, had allowed these establishments to function till a point that it resulted into this kind of tragedy, claiming the lives of 25 people. These innocent lives that were negligently, in fact, killed, as now the authorities are put up also in the question, given that the orders and everyone is wanting to save their own chair. But the main question that has been also coming up ever since this incident has been reported on the 6th of December is that after the magistral inquiry that has been specifically put up as the pressure has been mounting onto what really has led in that department to let this particular establishment function.
Simran, what really happened about that demolition draft proposal that was in fact put out by the panchayat there in Arpora, but nothing really was done about it? Even the brothers were asked to be present while that inspection was happening in the early part of 2025. What happened to that entire demolition proposal? Now that the brothers have been trying witch hunt for the other property that has been demolished in Vagator.
Well, absolutely. And the demolition proposal that was time and again also flagged in the meetings that were being conducted at the panchayat office. So this was already a full-blown issue. This was something that had to be taken up time and again in a few intervals of every month by the local authorities and the local village members of the panchayat. So it was in fact also highlighted that we as the member of the panchayat who were involved into issuing the show cause notice to the owners as well, but there was no reply, and that is where things become even more intense and shocking, that despite the number of repeated reminders, the number of times that it has been highlighted by the authorities, these are government documents, these are government orders, these are the orders on the authority of the tehsildar, the deputy collector, so many of them coming up each and every time there is the highlighting of what has been going wrong wrong. But every time that such a kind of incident is reported, that this has to be taken an action against, there was no reply whatsoever, either from the original landowners and also now the people in question, of course the Luthra brothers as well.
Okay. Ashwini Dubey, there is also a money laundering charge against the brothers. We're talking about the 42 shell companies that have been running under the Luthra brothers' name. There's an address that is linked to the Luthras. All of those 42 shell companies are linked to that one address. How much of that will serve as a detrimental aspect of this particular case that the authorities have against the Luthras?
Definitely, the proceeds of crime have been used for upgrading this Birch by Romeo Lane. Then definitely it is connected with this matter, and then the investigation will be conducted by the premier agencies, that is the ED. Because ED investigate only those offences which are generally the state police is not capable of doing, number one. And number two, if the proceeds of crime and evidences are in different parts of the country too, and if the proceeds of crime or the money which has been used or which has been found or which has been linked with those accused persons are in fact the hawala money or black money. So these are the possibilities and probabilities. But I firmly say again that that would only come when the investigation will move on, because till now they were at the Thailand. Now they have been deported from there, and deportation process to remove individuals who violate immigration laws. I am just for you was telling this extradition and deportation, both are different things, because deportation is only governed by the domestic international laws,
Yes.
and there are violation of overstaying, illegal entry or the deemed threats. So that is why very promptly the Goa police and the government of India warned the Thailand government, and then from there they were returned to us. Number 2 point is very important. Very legitimate question have been, it's not the Goa is a happening place. In December, people from all over the country used to go to Goa to spend their holidays. This lapse and threat of 25 people have definitely raised a question. So where is the tourism in Goa?
Absolutely.
But you see the panchayats in Goa
We will discuss about that, and that's a pertinent point that you are raising, Ashwini. Thank you so much for in fact making that point. We will continue our coverage, but right now going into a very short break.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
There's been a big relief for the Gandhis in the National Herald case, as the Delhi High Court has refused to take cognizance of the prosecution complaint filed by the Enforcement Directorate against them. The Delhi court has said that the agency can continue its probe. My colleague Ananya Bhatnagar is now joining us on the broadcast. Ananya, some sort of a respite that's been granted to the Gandhis in this particular case that has plagued the family ever since, but the Delhi court refusing to take cognizance of the prosecution complaint that has been filed by the ED. What exactly will this go on to eventually mean for the case?
Well, absolutely. At this particular point of time, if we talk about it, it's in fact a big relief that is coming in for the Gandhis because they're yet not made an accused in this particular case. They were in fact a proposed accused in that prosecution complaint, or what we in simple terms call the charge sheet that's been filed by the Enforcement Directorate. But the court has refused to take cognizance of this particular charge sheet merely because there was an absence of an FIR of a predicate offence in this particular case. Now, the only option available with the Enforcement Directorate is to first get an agency to actually register a predicate offence, and then in fact this investigation could actually continue, though the court has given liberty to the ED to actually continue with its investigation, and we now see a EOW FIR also in picture. So it might be that in the next few days or in the next few months we would see that the Enforcement Directorate would argue that, you know, now there is an FIR that's been registered by the Economic Offences Wing of the Delhi Police, and that could become...
We're also putting out certain inside visuals from inside the aircraft which had brought the Luthra brothers back to the country.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
We're also putting out certain inside visuals from inside the aircraft which had brought the Luthra brothers back to the country. These shots, we are playing them deferred for our viewers visuals of the Luthra duo while in the custody, and that while they were landing in the national capital, deboarding this aircraft, the craft that has got them from Thailand to India. These are the first shots of the Luthra brothers inside the aircraft there as they have landed in the national capital, and that arrest warrant is going to be served to them by the Goa police, or is already have. We'll get that update from our colleague Anvit. Anvit, all these visuals, we are putting that out for our viewers.
Are after soon around the deboarding. They have been taken to immigration counter as we know now, and Goa police teams are waiting at the immigration counter to they have been served an arrest memo, and soon the formalities are completed. Some paperwork will be there. CISF teams, we are being told, were there on the tarmac when the deboarding was happening, and they were brought along with the Delhi police teams and CISF. They had brought them to immigration counter, and now the formalities of immigration will be completed, and after that, following some paperwork, we are being told that it will take at least half an hour more to for them to step out. This is the gate that you're seeing from where they'll be stepping out. You can see additional deployment has been made, and the entire area of this in front of this VIP green gate. I request my camera, and this is how the
A very good afternoon. You're watching CNN News 18. I'm Akanksha Swaroop. We begin this segment with our top focus on the headlines first. It's endgame for the Luthra brothers as owners of Goa's Birch Club, Saurabh and Gaurav Luthra, hold back Goa police to grill the duo next. Days after the inferno at the Goa nightclub, CNN News 18 accesses the trail of documents that expose the many warnings raised over land but did not warrant any action. It's a big win for the Gandhis in the National Herald case as Delhi court refuses to take cognizance of the prosecution complaint. Enforcement Directorate sources say probe agency is likely to challenge the order. There's a storm over the renaming of Manrega bill. DMK now opposes the nomenclature of the bill in Hindi. AIA-DMK counters DMK claims, says several central schemes named in Hindi implemented in the state. Election Commission publishes West Bengal draft electoral roll. Data shows 58 lakh deletions statewide. India bloc allies break ranks on vote chori. Junk Congress's claims. Supriya Sule backs CVM's Omar Abdullah, calls it Congress's choice. Nitish Kumar sparks an outrage after video shows him pulling down the hijab in Patna. Opposition terms the act as despicable and vulgar. In a special gesture, Jordan's Crown Prince Al Hussein bin Abdullah II drove Prime Minister Modi to the Jordan Museum. Later also sees him off at the airport. All right, getting in breaking inputs. This is with regards to Delhi's deteriorating AQI. The Delhi Environment Minister's reaction coming in on Delhi pollution. In fact, Manjinder Singh Sirsa has apologized to the citizens of the national capital, but claims that no government can fix the AQI issue in the national capital in just a matter of 8 to 10 months. Sirsa had some very interesting points to make about the previous Aam Aadmi Party government as well. But let's listen in to what Delhi's environment ministers had to say.
मैं एवरेज AQI की बात जैसे मैंने पहले भी कहा था, हर महीने हम बेहतर देने में कामयाब हुए। मैं दिल्ली के लोगों से माफी मांगता हूं, इतना कहना चाहता हूं। 9-10 महीनों में कोई सरकार आपको पूरा का पूरा पोल्यूशन को साफ कर सके, ऐसा असंभव है। लेकिन मैं दिल्ली वासियों आपको बताना चाहता हूं, आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार जो बेईमानी करके छल कर गई है, हमने उससे बेहतर करके हर दिन का AQI कम करा है, और इसी तरह अगर कम करते जाएंगे तो ही दिल्ली को साफ हवा देनी संभव है। ये 12-10 साल की आम आदमी पार्टी की बीमारियां, 11 साल की और 15 साल की कांग्रेस की बीमारी जो है, जो अभी राहुल गांधी और प्रियंका गांधी जी मास्क लगाकर कहने की बातें कर रहे हैं। मैं राहुल और प्रियंका जी से पूछना चाहता हूं, कहां थे आपके मास्क पिछले साल? पिछले साल इससे ज्यादा पोल्यूशन था, पिछले साल इससे ज्यादा गंदे दिन थे। पिछले साल आज के दिन भी अगर हम बात कर रहे हैं तो 380 AQI था, लेकिन ना राहुल गांधी आपको दिखे, ना प्रियंका गांधी दिखे, क्योंकि ये आम आदमी पार्टी के साथ लोग मिले हुए लोग थे। और आज इनको ये सब बातें याद आई हैं। आज का अभी पोल्यूशन है वो 363 है, जो कि सीवियर कैटेगरी में है, और ये पिछले 10 साल से लगातार इसी स्टेज पर रहा है। अरविंद केजरीवाल जी दिल्ली को बर्बाद करके, दिल्ली को कूड़े का ढेर बनाकर खुद मूवियां देख रहे हैं। कल अपनी वीडियो डाल रहे हैं कि मैं मूवी देखने आया हूं। दिल्ली से भगौड़े जो दिल्ली के 10 साल राज कर 12 साल राज करने के बाद एक दिन भी विपक्ष के नहीं बैठे और फिर सत्ता के लोभ लालच में चलते पंजाब भाग गए। और उन्हीं की पार्टी दिल्ली के अंदर जो उन्हीं की दी हुई बीमारी है, जो कि पोल्यूशन, वही निरंतर 10 साल तक जिस पे कोई काम नहीं किया, उसी बीमारी के लिए प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं। बताइए, जिन लोगों ने बीमारी दी है वो ही बीमारी देने वाले लोग ही प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं। मैं आम आदमी पार्टी से पूछना चाहता हूं, आपने 10 साल में ऐसा क्या किया? 10 साल निरंतर पोल्यूशन बढ़ता रहा।
Sirsa's big dig coming out there that जिन लोगों ने बीमारी दी है आज वही प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं. Let's try and put this entire apology into context and perspective, and for that I'm joined in by Aman Sharma from the newsroom. Nivedita also joining us live on the broadcast with more inputs on that news story. So Aman, as he attacks the Aam Aadmi Party, of course, Priyanka Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi of the Congress Party as well, many would also wonder, is this a conditional apology as he highlights the failures of the previous government?
Absolutely, Akanksha, it is a conditional apology. You hear Manjinder Singh Sirsa, the Delhi's environment minister, he wants to apologize to the people of Delhi for the poor AQI which we are currently witnessing in the national capital, but again says that no government can fix the problem, the Delhi pollution problem within 8 to 10 months. So it's also, I think, a picture both of an apology and a helplessness that, give us more time. We'll need 2 more, 3 more years to resolve this problem, blaming the former governments, blaming the 10-year-old, 11-year-old AAP government before this. Also going back 14 years before that, the Congress governments were there, the Sheila Dikshit government was there. What did they do? So it's exactly, I think, a much of blame game going on here while the people of the city suffer. Little being said on what measures have been taken, because all these years, Akanksha, Punjab's stubble fire was blamed for Delhi's pollution even when BJP was in the opposition. In fact, BJP has been targeting the Aam Aadmi Party, which was in power in Punjab and Delhi, for not stopping the stubble fires of Punjab. But this year, the stubble fire count in Punjab is down by 90%, because there was floods there in Punjab and the stubble fire has not got burned. Then what is causing Delhi's pollution? It is basically vehicular pollution, it is road dust, and these are some things that is under the control maybe of the Delhi government. So what is the Delhi government really doing on the ground besides sprinkling water on the roads to stop bring down the AQI is anybody's guess. But here you have the environment minister now apologizing to the people of Delhi and also saying that no government can fix it within 8 to 10 months.
Is it doing enough is also the other moot question that critics of the BJP in Delhi would want to ask. But Nivedita, I also want to bring you in on all the lapses that today he's highlighted, whether it is to do with regards to the Aam Aadmi Party or say even under the Sheila Dikshit government.
As you rightly said, the conditional apology comes along with a set of restrictions for the people of Delhi. So the most important takeaway from this announcement was that all BS6 vehicles, be it petrol or diesel, will be banned in Delhi from Thursday. So the government will not allow any outside vehicle which are not registered in Delhi to come in Delhi. This comes as the Aam Aadmi Party, and there's in general public outrage against the AQI and the worsening AQI in Delhi since last few days, and as Grab 4 comes in action.
All right, Aman, if you could quickly come in on the aspect of Grab 4 coming into action, the check on vehicular pollution, all of this is being done after there's a lot of pressure also being mounted on the current Rekha Gupta government in Delhi. Where is this government finding itself on the back foot, especially when it comes to addressing these lapses?
See, Akanksha, I think the Delhi government is now also coming around to the fact that you have to reduce vehicles in Delhi if you have to bring down the AQI. Vehicular pollution in Delhi, Akanksha, all of us, many of us have bought these diesel SUVs. Many people have those diesel SUVs, and, the vehicles being added daily to Delhi's roads is, basically the city is not being able to, handle all this when the temperatures drop. So when the temperature drops in the winters, this whole city, the NCR area becomes like a gas chamber because the vehicles remain the same. So I think the Delhi government is also now coming around to the fact that you have to reduce the number of vehicles plying in Delhi to bring down the AQI. That is why these restrictions, as Nivedita was explaining, on certain vehicles on outside Delhi vehicles from coming into the country, coming into the national capital. And this is something that our government also tried earlier. You remember that odd even scheme to reduce the numbers of vehicles which are plying on the roads. That had some limited benefits. Will the latest steps of Delhi government will also have some benefits or not? We don't know.
Stay with me, Aman. I'm also joined in by Vimlendu Jha on the broadcast. Many thanks to you, Mr. Jha, for joining in. What do you make of this apology that's come in from Manjinder Singh Sirsa today?
I think apology is not enough because, imagine they've been so brazen last several weeks when the air quality index has almost reached 500. They've denied everything. They've denied that they did not tamper with the monitors. They denied the pollution. All this while they've been saying that the air has actually improved since last year, and that's the reason why I think so much of embarrassment that they face, and now an apology from the government is not enough. I think government is there not to apologize but to act. And right now still we don't see enough action. Right now everything, the entire governance in Delhi with regard to air pollution is only restrained and restricted to GRAP, which is only supposed to be an emergency measure and not a governance measure in that sense.
It's very interesting, Vimlendu, that you've just now highlighted that not enough is being done, because that's exactly what I'm coming to. If you talk about no vehicles coming to Delhi should be below BS6, no construction material being allowed in Delhi in trucks, you're looking at valid PUCC certificates being pushed for. So it's not the first time that we've seen such measures being adopted. When you say not enough is being done, then what is it? Are we looking at a more radical shift?
See, this is just an emergency measure. Fine, as in at this hour of emergency, fine, we can have these restrictions of some kind which can perhaps very, very nominally bring the AQI down in that sense. But is that a solution? No. Can we actually have these restrictions throughout the year? These are still looking at just symptoms rather than source. But what I mean by source is that right now, not just restricting private vehicles, but also in time, investing in public transport is extremely important. At the same time, at least that Mr. Sirsa can do is that it's not just about on paper imposing the GRAP restrictions. Reality is that in the last 48 hours, we've got reports from various parts of Delhi where despite these restrictions, the construction activities are going on. The schools are still on. The offices are.
So quickly, before I let you go, Vimlendu, how do you respond to the defense that's coming from the BJP that they've managed to reduce the stubble fires and that the data is looking up?
See, Delhi anyway, and all this while, before the stubble burning stopped, they said all this was because of stubble burning. Right now, when stubble burning is not there, the Chief Minister a couple of days ago said there's zero stubble burning here. Of course, Delhi is not a state for stubble burning, and nobody says that stubble burning was the reason. I think, fine. One thing that I agree with Mr. Sirsa is that 8 to 10 months is not enough to really solve this crisis, which is also a legacy crisis in that sense. So that's the only point that I agree with him. But the dishonesty really presented last several weeks is not correct. Of course, it needs time, but at least they need to get on that right path. And I again think that it's not Mr. Sirsa who should come and answer these questions. It should be central government.
All right. Like we said, it could very well be just a conditional apology at the moment. Many thanks to you, Vimlendu Jha, for joining in on the broadcast. On that note, Aman Sharma also had a conversation with Kamaljeet Rawat. Let's listen in.
मैम, दिल्ली पोल्यूशन पे बहुत बात हो रही है, शायद पार्लियामेंट में डिस्कशन भी हो। बीजेपी काफी बड़े वादों के साथ आई थी कि पोल्यूशन को हम रिजॉल्व करेंगे। आपको तो लगता है कि उस मामले में अभी काफी काम होना बाकी है, कि पोल्यूशन तो अभी भी बहुत है, ग्रैप 4 लगा हुआ है?
दिल्ली में जब से भाजपा की सरकार आई है तो आदरणीय मुख्यमंत्री रेखा जी ने और सभी मंत्रियों ने मिलकर लगातार दिल्ली के पॉल्यूशन को कैसे कम किया जाए इसके ऊपर काम किया। पॉल्यूशन का लेवल बहुत अधिक है, ये बात चिंता की है, और इसीलिए दिल्ली सरकार और केंद्र सरकार दोनों इसके ऊपर एक स्टडी कर रहे हैं कि इसका पर्टिकुलर रीजन पता चले और स्टडी के अंदर पर्टिकुलर हमें काम पता चले जो हमें करने चाहिए। पिछली सरकारों ने जो इसमें कमी छोड़ी उससे आज हमारे पास पर्टिकुलर रीजन और पर्टिकुलर जो इसकी रेमेडीज हैं वो उपलब्ध नहीं है। तो ये जो अभी समय चल रहा है इसके अंदर सरकार अपनी डिटेल प्रोजेक्ट्स लेकर आ रही है और मुझे लगता है आने वाले दिनों में जब सरकार इसके ऊपर गहनता से काम करेगी तो इस प्रॉब्लम का सॉल्यूशन हम होते हुए देखेंगे।
आप बहुत ज्यादा क्रिटिसाइज कर रहा है कि हमें आपको बीजेपी ने आपको बहुत क्रिटिसाइज किया इतने साल, आप खुद कुछ नहीं कर पा रहे।
लगातार 27 साल से दिल्ली में जो सरकारें रही, पहले 15 साल कांग्रेस की और 11 साल आम आदमी की, अगर उन्होंने काम किया होता तो स्थिति नहीं होती।
In fact, the Aam Aadmi Party reaction has arrived on that apology that's been offered by Delhi's Environment Minister Manjinder Singh Sirsa. In fact, the Aam Aadmi Party has now said that the AQI must serve as a wake-up call for the Delhi government. That is the big statement coming in. They're calling it a wake-up call. This as the BJP continues to train its guns at the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress, with Sirsa, in fact, offering that apology to the people of Delhi by also taking a veiled dig at the Aam Aadmi Party and by saying that the BJP government cannot cure the problems which have been created by the previous governments for over 10 years. And it cannot be cured in a matter of, say, 8 to 10 months. Let's also listen in to the big reaction that's coming from the Aam Aadmi Party.
अचानक से सोशल मीडिया पर आप कैंपेन चला रहे थे, वीडियोस बना रहे थे, आज सड़क पर उतर आए ताली और चम्मच लेकर।
देखिए, वो इसलिए कि लगातार प्रदूषण बढ़ रहा है, लोग हॉस्पिटलाइज हो रहे हैं, सरकार कुछ नहीं कर रही है। तो फिर हमने ये देखा, एक वीडियो में रेखा जी ये कहती हैं कि हमारा मंत्री जाता है कचरे के ढेर पर और कहता है कचरा तुझको जाना पड़ेगा, और कचरा चला जाता है, कचरा ख़त्म हो रहा है। तो हमें लगा अगर ये रास्ता है तो हम लोग आज सचिवालय आकर के उन्हीं की बात मानकर ये कहने हैं प्रदूषण तुझको जाना पड़ेगा। मैं उम्मीद करता हूँ कि आज हमने सचिवालय आकर उनको याद दिलाया है, वो भी इस छत पे खड़े हो जाए, सचिवालय के छत पे अपने कैबिनेट के साथ, और कहें कि प्रदूषण तुझको जाना होगा। भाई वहाँ तो केवल मंत्री कहने से सीएम खड़ी हो जाएंगी तो भाग जाएगा प्रदूषण। तो मैं उम्मीद करता हूँ कि और कोई रास्ता इन्होंने किया नहीं है। अगर उनको इस तरीके से प्रदूषण भागता तो यही तरीका अपना लें।
लेकिन मुख्यमंत्री कहती हैं कि वो लड़ रहे हैं प्रदूषण के खिलाफ, ऐसा नहीं है कि वो अपनी खांसी ठीक करने के लिए चले जाएं। ये कटाक्ष उन्होंने किया और ये आप पर अटैक किया उन्होंने। एक तरह
बड़ा दुर्भाग्य है कि आज पूरे दिल्ली को खांसने पर मजबूर कर दिया है। और विपश्यना का मजाक मत उड़ाइए। विपश्यना में इस देश के करोड़ों सनातनियों को, लोगों की आस्था है। और विपश्यना का मतलब होता है विशेष रूप से देखना। विपश्यना आपको भी ज़रूरत है ताकि झूठ, लफाजी और जो लोगों का ठगने का काम किया है उस पे आप आत्मशोधन कर पाएं।
Well, let's go straight across to Mr. Sirsa, who's the Delhi Environment Minister. Mr. Sirsa, you have admitted to the fact that the government has perhaps not been able to address the issue, though you have said that this issue is a legacy issue and in about 8 months nothing really can be done substantively. First tell us, sir, that it has taken you some time to admit that there is a problem.
You are wrong here. I think you are wrong here. It's every time when we came on the media, it's the first thing we say. I don't think that being a senior correspondent or a senior media personality also, you must be aware that in 7-8 months, the steps taken by the Delhi government, that is the only reason that still we are able to control this mess, which was otherwise even more than any day in 2024 than 2025. Even when we are talking, the AQI today is 363 and the same day last year was 380. So it is not that I said that it is a legacy problem which we are facing and we are handling it, and it is not possible for anybody. Even I ask you if it is possible. Please tell me.
Mr. Sirsa, let me tell you this, because...
Please give me 10 seconds so I can put my word, please. So it is not possible to clear all the vehicles. It is not possible to buy entire EV car in this short period of 8 to 10 months. It is not possible to shut all the industries in this short period of 8 to 10 months. It is not possible to completely change infrastructure from fossil fuel to EV. So it takes time. So there are 2-3 methods. One is shortcut. So we have to remove all this legacy waste. So it is not possible to remove it in 1 month. It takes a time. So we are already removing. We have removed almost 45% of the legacy waste, which is the biggest problem, which is caused to the pollution. So it is not that we said we are unable to do it. We said the time is too short to make it change, visible change possible. 10 months is not that good. But yes, we are working on it day and night. That is the reason we are able to still control rather than last year. Every day is better than the last.
Okay, so let me ask you a couple of questions, Mr. Sirsa. Yes, we produced some data some days back about the use of sprinklers, for example. And let's just look at the efficacy of the measures. Clearly, the measures that have been adopted haven't also made much of a difference.
The other complaint that is being brought forward constantly is that the meters themselves have been capped not to reflect readings beyond 500. And this, according to the opposition and others, is a change that you have brought about, which raises suspicions that there is some amount of data undermining that is taking place. Third, that there have been rollbacks by your government, rollbacks on policies that were taken keeping the environment in mind, like, for example, junking vehicles that were older than certain set number of years, 10 and 15 in the case of diesel and 25 or something like that in the case of petrol vehicles. You can correct me if I'm wrong. And the odd-even scheme, that was something that the AAP says was delivering a lot of results. So could you respond to some of these?
So yes, please, one by one. So first thing is sprinklers. It is nothing new that we have bought. The sprinklers was bought by Aam Aadmi Party. And if it was a failed design, why they have spent almost 130 crore rupees on just sprinklers? I might correct you once again. I must remind you, sprinklers was bought by Aam Aadmi Party from last 3 years, and almost 130 crore rupees was spent. And if it was not good enough to curb the pollution, why they have been using the sprinklers? First. Second thing, you said about the data. All these AQI meters, all the AQI stations have been designed by Aam Aadmi Party, implemented by Aam Aadmi Party. There is no change in that. And if it was designed in such a way, if you are saying that it doesn't reach more than 500, it is not my fault. Third thing, most of the, apart from Delhi government, there is also AQI stations which are being monitored by the CAQM. So those are, which is the organization which is taking care of almost 20 or odd numbers of AQI stations. So there can be made a comparison, and there is no change neither in the reading, neither in the design. All those design was set by Aam Aadmi Party. It has been used. Nothing has been changed till date we are talking about. And thirdly,
no, go ahead. So you were making that point.
There is no policy rollback. The earlier government, what did they to mint out the money? There was no scrap units in Delhi, but they are scrapping hundreds and thousands of vehicles. Our policy is that if it's a polluting vehicle, it shouldn't be on a road. It shouldn't be with the age. Even if a 5-year-old vehicle is polluting in Delhi, it should be scrapped out. It shouldn't be on a road at all. So that is our policy. Tell me if it is wrong. I can roll back it right away. Just tell me. If the polluting vehicle is 5 years old, do you think that it should be running on road?
The other charge, Mr. Sirsa, that is made is that when the BJP was in power, you would go to various locations and show how the fog towers were not working. And sir, your spokespeople of your party had done so, wearing masks, etc. But some of those fog towers are still not working. So either we scrap the sprinklers and the fog towers, but we are getting reports that you want to expand these schemes. So can you please bring some clarity on this?
Sir, please. Sir, the only two which are not working were put up by Aam Aadmi Party, and the Supreme Court, by its judgment, had said that they are not a feasible model, so they are scrapped. None other than this is scrapped. Other all are working. Only that the Aam Aadmi Party has put 25 crore rupees in the CP for this air purifier, which is not working. The Supreme Court itself said in the order that it's not a feasible model, it has to be scrapped, it is scrapped. No other model has been scrapped in there.
My last question to you, Mr. Sirsa. Many people are drawing comparisons between the manner in which we have addressed this issue, we as in India is addressing this issue, and China, for example, addressed the issue. Beijing at one time was also going through a very terrible patch of pollution, but today their skies are clearer. Are we on the right path?
I know what. No, I can answer your question, please. I know what's the question. No, we cannot take that measure. China is not a democratic country. Here, if I stop your car today itself, you will be on a TV accusing me for that. We can't do that. We can't shut all the industries in a one day. It is not possible. We have to move that industries out of Delhi. That is the second way. We cannot say people of Delhi कि आप अपनी गाड़ियां बंद करो और कल से ट्रेन पे चलो. That was done by the Beijing way back 3 years back. So it is totally impossible to implement any kind of that model which is not implemented in a democratic country. And now if you talk about London, so now what London did? They said if they have divided their London in 5-7 zones, A, B, C, D, E, F. And if we have to drive to the A, which is the internal zone, you have to pay £100 to reach A zone, which is almost 12,000 rupees or 10,000 rupees. Do you think if I implement this, today the people will accept it? No. It will fire back. People will say, what is our fault?
But
So
the
here
Supreme Court
there is a
says
total
that
difference.
the Supreme Court has said, final question, sir, the Supreme Court has said that tough measures are required because we are facing
With the tough measures
unprecedented
today, I must
crisis.
surprise you. Gigi. Sir, we have took a tough measures today. So I don't know whether you have played my this PCR yet or not.
We did.
But if not, okay. So these are the three. Another also will be taking soon. But as of now, we have taken these tough measures. One is from tomorrow onwards. But tomorrow we give an example. Day after tomorrow onwards, no vehicle will be given fuel which is not compliant. PUCs is not compliant. Secondly, no vehicle, no truck will be allowed to enter with a building material. It will be seized right away. And thirdly, no vehicle which is non-Delhi registered will be allowed to enter Delhi, which is less than BS6. The only vehicle allowed in Delhi which is registered outside Delhi will be BS6 and above. No vehicle will be allowed lesser than that. So these are the steps we have taken. As of now, we'll be taking more steps and will inform you.
Okay. I'll leave it at that, Mr. Sirsa. Thank you for speaking with us. Akanksha, over to you. Of course, this is a crisis, viewers, and short-term measures, whether tough or not, may end up inconveniencing people, but need to be taken. Long-term measures is what we really have to look at, don't we, Akanksha?
Absolutely, very rightly said. Long-term measures is what the government is also going to be looking at. As Manjinder Singh Sirsa also continued to call this a legacy issue, is of course also highlighted the need for these short-term measures, many of them which will be introduced from tomorrow itself, whether it is to do with the need for a valid PUCC certificate or even stopping all those vehicles that are below BS6. More importantly, the fact on the ground remains that smog continues to engulf Delhi and the surrounding NCR region. This as the AQI, in fact, breached the 450 mark yesterday itself. Srishti, our correspondent, brings you a report from outside the IMD office.
Delhi's air quality has been in the severe category for the past 4 consecutive days, with the air quality index being recorded far above 400. However, over the last few hours, the wind speeds have really picked up, clearing out the smoggy conditions which had enveloped the entire national capital region. Now, over the last few hours, the wind speeds have really picked up. Now, we spoke to the senior scientist at the Indian Meteorological Department to understand the forecast for the next few days. And as you can see behind me, as of now, dense fog continues to envelop the northwest India, but for national capital, the foggy conditions have reduced so far. Now, according to the Indian Meteorological Department, over the next few days, the weather in the national capital is expected to be pleasant. The temperatures are going to increase slightly and then come to near normal levels. The winds will also pick up, due to which the foggy conditions would not be as dense, but there will be shallow fog during the early morning and late evening hours, which is when the pollution level could also spike. As of now, around 12 noon on Tuesday, the air quality index has been hovering around 380, which is again in the very poor category. Now, according to the forecast of the Indian Institute of Tropical Meteorology, the air quality index is likely to hover around a very poor to severe category for the next few days, depending upon the weather conditions. Now, we know that weather plays a very significant role when it comes to the air quality in the national capital. Overall, northwest India is bracing for another western disturbance around the night of 17th December, which is when this feeble western disturbance is going to impact the higher reaches of the Himalayan region. So we can expect light rainfall and another spell of snowfall over Jammu and Kashmir, parts of Himachal Pradesh as well, which will lead to more cold wave conditions. But in the plains, Delhi is not witnessing any cold wave, at least in the next few days. But there is shallow to dense fog in the nearby areas, especially Uttar Pradesh, where we can see dense fog. On Tuesday, we saw that the visibility levels had also improved over Safdarjung as well as Palam. Now, this is for the air quality forecast as well as the weather forecast, as explained by the scientist.
The learning is that the Bengal Sports Minister Arup Biswas has resigned this days after chaos and unruly scenes, remember, that played out on Saturday during Lionel Messi's event at the Salt Lake Stadium, for which the Mamata Banerjee government had been hauled up. Let's quickly go across to Kamalika Sengupta, who brings us more details. Kamalika, what are the grounds on which he's resigned? Is this also now a silent admission of the state failure? Kamalika, can you hear me? All right. right, we'll try and reconnect with her. But remember, that very event that took place in Kolkata, we also had the same, in fact, organizer who had taken that event to Hyderabad, in fact, being arrested for that event. Kamalika continues to stay with us. So, Kamalika, how should one see this resignation? Is this also an indication of state failure? We'll try and reconnect with Kamalika, but at the moment what we can tell you is that very same organizer had taken that event to Hyderabad as well, where it was in fact spectacular in the Hyderabad, in fact in Telangana's Chief Minister Revant Reddy had also participated on the field. He had joined Messi at that event. But on your screens, what you can see are those chaotic scenes that had played out at the Salt Lake Stadium, where angry fans, in fact, ran amok, demanding a refund for their ticket. Why so? Because they couldn't even catch a glimpse of Messi. This because he was surrounded by dignitaries, the cops, and the VIPs. That's when they felt cheated. Many of them, in fact, remember, had even paid amounts up to 45,000 rupees per ticket, and so they felt cheated, which is when they ran amok on the stadium grounds, and they in fact vandalized the property. They're tearing up the banners, even bringing down the goal post. Kamalika is back with us. Kamalika, if you can take us through the grounds on which the Bengal Sports Minister has today offered that resignation. Is this also going to be seen as an admission to state failure?
Yeah, this is something which big steps have been taken by the state government, that is very clear. And the fact that the Sports Minister Arup Biswas himself has written a letter to Chief Minister stating that since the investigation is on, therefore he has wished that he wanted to resign. What we are coming to know that even the state government's top brass, they were not very happy with the Sports Minister, and that is the reason for which he actually offered his resignation. Number two, a very big step by the state government, that is they have show-caused none other than the Director General of Police, Rajiv Kumar, and Rajiv Kumar is known to be a person who is very close to the state government, but they have actually show-caused Rajiv Kumar within 24 hours. He has to reply. Not only that, along with Rajiv Kumar, they have also show-caused the Commissioner of Bidhannagar, Mukesh Kumar. Along with that, they have also started departmental proceeding against Anish Sharkar, who was the ACP of this region. So definitely very big steps taken by the state government. That is quite clear. The very big steps taken by the state government. And here Sports Ministry's offering resignation, that is something which is very, very, very important. And because the mess that was created by this in this program was really something which has really gotten international attention, because it has got that international attention, and it is something which is this, and we have seen that Mamata Banerjee herself apologizing the entire incident. So it was clear that a very strong step will be taken. That day itself, inquiry committee was
all
formed.
Right, with that, shifting focus over to the other big story we've been tracking this hour, it is payback time for the Luthra brothers. 10 days after the deadly Goa fire tragedy that claimed 25 innocent lives, the brothers were deported from Thailand, even dragged back to India. The duo have been arrested by the Goa police. They are likely to be produced at the Patiala House Court anytime from now, where the Goa police will seek transit remand. If granted, the brothers are expected to be taken to Goa today itself. That's a big story of the day we've been tracking since day one. Days after that inferno engulfed Birch by Romeo Lane, the nightclub in Goa, on 6th of December. The Luthra brothers are now finally deported back in the national capital at the IGI airport. Anvit is stationed over there. Let's quickly go across to Anvit. Anvit, whether it is with regards to the arrest memo being presented by the Goa police or later they seeking transit remand at the Patiala House Court, if you can quickly run our viewers through the procedures involved.
So, Kanksha, we are right now at the terminal, at the international arrival terminal of Indira Gandhi International Airport, and this is probably the gate from where they'd be walking out shortly. We are being told that some formalities at the immigration counter and some paperwork is still being done, and there are teams from the CBI, teams from CISF that have brought them from the tarmac to the deportation area in this terminal, and there are teams of Delhi police as well along with them. Goa police teams were there already to serve them the arrest memo, and then complete the formalities of deportation and certain paperwork that is still undergoing. We are being told that in half an hour the Luthra brothers are expected to walk out of this gate. You can see heavy cordons there, and on the other side also barricades have been placed to make sure the law and order remains intact. But you were talking about the 10 days of period when they have been brought back to India, and it was 6th night that the fire took place during the early hours. Of 7th is when the brothers fled, and the same night and this very same day on the 7th lookout circular was issued by the Bureau of Immigration on the request of Goa police. For 2 days these brothers remained in Patong area and nearby areas, and then they were traced on the request of Indian authorities and were brought back to Bangkok. Later on blue notice was also issued, their travel documents were suspended, passport was suspended, and then Indian authorities were informed that they are in custody, they are in detention, and today morning they are put on a flight to India, flight to Delhi, and now they have landed. They landed around 1:55 p.m., around 2 p.m., and then they were brought back from soon after they came out of the aero bridge. The teams were there, they met them. Goa police teams are also at the immigration counter. They were waiting there for them, and soon as they reached there, this arrest memo was served and immigration formalities were done. After that, in the detention area, some paperwork is also being done, we are being told, and shortly, in probably half an hour or so, they are expected to walk out of this gate. They will be taken in a long cordon. Vehicles are all lined up here, and they'll be taken to Patiala House Court is what being told, and Goa police will seek their transit remand. Once transit remand is granted, it is expected that today only in some evening flight they'll be taken back to Panjim, where detailed investigations will begin now, because it's not only now about Luthra brothers and the 25
we're getting in breaking inputs. In fact, CNN News 18 has accessed the strategy of the Goa police before the Delhi court. Remember, because soon after they exit the IGI, what we're being told is that they will be taken to the Patiala House Court, and it is here that the Goa police are going to seek the transit remand of the Luthra brothers. They will also be telling the Patiala House Court that charges against the brothers are serious and grave in nature. They will argue that the club was running without any proper licenses and requisite permission, and Goa police will then be telling the court that investigation is imperative and custodial interrogation in the Goa night tragedy is needed to unearth the entire chain of events that took place and transpired on 6th of December. Goa police is also going to highlight the conduct of the accused persons. Why so? Because remember, instead of submitting themselves to the Goa police, the Luthra brothers chose to flee the country. Ananya brings us those breaking inputs. Ananya, apart from the fact that it is the intent of the Luthra brothers which is questionable, it's also the entire illegal racket of sorts which has now come to the forefront, which was being run by the Luthra brothers. One, of course, that also refers to, say, 42 shell companies you're looking at.
Well, absolutely. In fact, what we have managed to access at CNN News 18 is, in fact, the legal strategy of the Luthra brothers, who are, of the Goa police, against whom a transit remand would be sought by the Luthra, by, in fact, the Goa police. The Goa police will argue before the court that, these are people who are somebody who are at a flight risk. They do not satisfy the triple test because they have already tried to flee the country once. Not only that, it will also be told to the court that the charges against them are very, very serious and grave in nature, and persistently that these people are somebody who tried to flee the law. Apart from that, it would also be told that the club was without proper licenses. There were not prerequisite documents and permissions that were sought as far as this club is concerned, and hence this tragedy has occurred. And because a loss of life has happened, a massive loss of lives have happened, this is in fact a case where the custodial interrogation of these people in Goa is actually warranted, and hence a transit remand would be required in order to take these people from Goa, from New Delhi to Goa, and that is exactly why a transit remand is required. That is what the team of Goa police and their lawyers would be telling, in fact, the Patiala House Court in the national capital. But the most important point that would be highlighted is the kind and the way in which these people actually flee from the country as soon as that fire actually broke out, and that is exactly what would be argued before, in fact, the court, while a transit remand would be sought by, in fact, the Goa police as far as these accused persons, these two brothers are concerned who used to run these particular clubs. Not only that, it would also be told to the court that how there are shell companies, and there is in fact a lot that meets the eye at this particular point of time, and hence In order to unearth a chain of events, it is very, very imperative that their custodial interrogation is required, and hence for that a transit remand is required so that they can be taken to Goa, where the actual prosecution can actually begin and these people can be put to the law of the land itself.
Stay with
for
me,
the
Ananya. I'm also joined in by
crimes,
Arunima with more details over there on that news story. Arunima, remember, in their defense, so far what the Luthra brothers are arguing is that the entire executive machinery is behind them to seek revenge. What is the defense that they are giving? A, B, does this argument that this is the executive machinery's way of seeking revenge fall flat?
I don't think the executive seeks revenge, and Luthra brothers are making a desperate attempt to try and turn the public opinion, which is totally against them at the moment, in their favour. It's not just the bureaucracy, it's also the judiciary which has commented. The Bombay High Court is seized of a similar PIL. There are comments that have been made by the judiciary, suo motu also. There is anger there in Panjim, also in Goa, about the manner in which the lives of employees, lives of tourists were put at stake. And then, even if this was just a case of negligence, if the Luthras were just being negligent, their act of fleeing to Phuket is definitely something that is raising question. Even when your employees were dying within 1 hour of the inferno blazing through your property, why would you want to take a flight and flee to Thailand? They tried arguing that it was work purposes, but it's not cutting much ice with the prosecution. The counter argument being that who books a work flight at 1:17 a.m. having the knowledge that there was a fire which was killing your own employees. They argued that we employ 1,500 people, but if you can't care for the lives of 20 of your own employees, what is the guarantee that you would care for the 1,480 others? So that's also an argument which has been countered by the prosecution. Their entire mannerism, the way they acted post the fire, is what has compounded their crime, aggravated their crime. And the Goa police, once it gets custody, it is hoping to get custody very soon, once the transit remand application is taken up. And once the custodial interrogation begins, the questions will not just be pertaining to the negligence, to the culpable homicide not amounting to murder, but also to all the others who were allegedly part of this conspiracy, starting from the panchayat level.
Absolutely, it is a systemic failure that has now come to the forefront with this Goa fire tragedy. Unfortunately, it took the lives of 25 people for such systemic failures to come to the surface. Stay with me, Arunima and Ananya. Also bringing in a report by CNN News 18, Simran Babbar, who spoke to the counsel for petitioner. Let's listen in.
Sir, what has been this case today after the hearing has happened in the Bombay High Court, as now the next hearing for this PIL will happen on 12th of January?
Yes, so this PIL was filed last week itself, but yesterday Honorable High Court has taken a suo motu cognizance with respect to the same incident which happened on 6th of December, the fire incident. So today our PIL was listed before the division bench, and Honorable High Court has clubbed this matter with the suo motu writ petitions and asked the state to file a reply on within a time, and the matter is listed on 12th of January. Basically, in this PIL, we have sought a judicial inquiry, also a court-monitored inquiry, a special investigation team by a retired High Court judge, because considering the gravity of the matter and also how this incident has shaken the entire state, not only the state but entire nation. So considering the gravity, we have prayed for the special investigation team and judicial inquiry by the retired High Court judge.
All right, let's quickly go across to Anvit, who's currently stationed at the IGI airport as well. Arunima continues to stay with us. So Anvit, if you can give us a quick check of what is the security arrangement over there, what will be the route like? Reports indicating that the brothers will be taken to a hospital first before they are eventually taken to the Patiala House Court.
See, what we are being told that once the flight landed, there was CISF cordon and they were brought to the deportation area in this terminal. This is the international arrival terminal area, and there are teams of CBI, teams of Delhi police, also Goa police teams were there at the immigration counter. And when they came out, they were served a arrest memo, and then certain formalities of immigration and some deportation formalities and the paperwork is still going on. And we are being told that it will take at least half an hour for them to step out of this gate. This is the VIP entry gate from where they are expected to come out, and showing you the elaborate arrangement that are here. See, this entire area has been cordoned. There is a pile of vehicles that is already parked here, and some police vehicles you can also see are stationed here, and in one of these vehicles they'll be taken away. There'll be many other cars of the police personnel as well, because there are multiple agencies, the CBI, there's Delhi police, and there's also Goa police. So they'll all be taking them to Patiala House Court, and we are being told that then arguments will take place for the transit remand, and once the transit.
All right, we now shift focus over to the other big story of the day. We've been tracking this as a major political showdown erupted in the parliament over Centre's decision to replace the landmark Manrega with Viksit Bharat Guarantee for Rozgar and Ajivika Mission Gramin. Opposition MPs even stormed the well of the House and staged a walkout forcing adjournment. Priyanka Gandhi blasted the centre and demanded that the bill be sent to Standing Committee for review. Union Minister Shivraj Singh also led government's charge, clarifying that the present government spent way more on Manrega than the former UPA government. Opposition MPs staged protests outside Parliament, slamming Centre's hate for the Gandhis. Meanwhile, CNN News 18 has also accessed the inside details of what Prime Minister Modi has told the cabinet during the meeting on G Ramji bill. Sources tell us that Prime Minister has strongly advocated for more accountability of the state so that money is used prudently.
महात्मा गांधी हमारे दिलों में बसते हैं और माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, महात्मा गांधी जी का, पंडित दीनदयाल जी का ये संकल्प था कि जो सबसे पीछे है, जो सबसे नीचे है, उनका कल्याण सबसे पहले किया जाए। और हम केवल महात्मा गांधी जी को मानते नहीं है, हम महात्मा गांधी जी की भी मानते हैं और उन्हीं के विचारों पर आधारित, पंडित दीनदयाल उपाध्याय जी के विचारों पर आधारित गरीब कल्याण की कई योजनाएं ये सरकार मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में चला रही है।
सर, ये जो कानून है, इसके तहत हमारे गरीब भाई बहनों को जो रोजगार की कानूनी गारंटी मिलती है, जो अधिकार मिलता है, वह इस योजना में मांग के आधार पर संचालित होता है। इस योजना के लिए जितने पैसे जहां भेजने हैं, कितने भेजने हैं, वह जमीनी परिस्थितियों पर आधारित होता है और मांग के आधार पर निर्धारित होता है। जो हमारे संविधान की जो मूल भावना है कि हर एक व्यक्ति के हाथों में शक्ति होनी चाहिए, वही मूल भावना पंचायती राज में है और उस मूल भावना के विरोध है ये जो अधिनियम, जो ये विधेयक आ रहा है। हर योजना का नाम बदलने की जो सनक है, ये समझ में नहीं आती है। सर, जब ये किया जाता है, तो सरकार, केंद्र को पैसे खर्चने पड़ते हैं। बिना इस सदन की सलाह लिए इस तरह से जल्दी में विधेयक को पास नहीं होना चाहिए। सर, ये विधेयक वापस लिया जाना चाहिए।
The opposition MPs in my background, they're all carrying posters and banners showing Mahatma Gandhi, and their opposition is to the change of the name in the G Ramji bill. Sir, what is the protest about? What are you protesting about?
See, the present government, they are trying to remove the part of the nation's name. So we are totally against for that.
So you are now marching all the way to the Central Hall. What is?
We'll go and discuss and then we'll oppose the bill.
Okay, we're going to oppose the bill. Is what? Sir, आप लोग ये महात्मा गांधी की पोस्टर लेके जा रहे हैं क्या? आपका
क्योंकि जो महात्मा गांधी इनको चिढ़ है राष्ट्रपिता से, और ये हिंदुत्व एजेंडा है, जो हिंदू राष्ट्र का एजेंडा है, उसको आगे बढ़ाना चाहते हैं। इनको नेहरू जी से चिढ़ है, इनको महात्मा गांधी से चिढ़ है, संविधान से चिढ़ है। जो बातें हिंदू राष्ट्र के रास्ते में उनको रोड़ा लगती है और जो हिंदुस्तान की सैद्धांतिक पोजीशन रही है, उसके खिलाफ ये काम कर रहे हैं।
Okay, so all of the opposition members are currently marching from the new building and they are moving towards the Mahatma Gandhi statue here, inside the parliament premises. They are saying the new bill, the G Ramji bill, is anti-Gandhi, and this is an attempt to insult Mahatma Gandhi. And you see in my backdrop,
they're continuing to march towards the Mahatma Gandhi statue inside the Parliament complex.
All right, let's quickly go across to Payal Mehta, who's also joining me live on the broadcast with more perspective. Payal, what explains the kind of attacks we've seen coming from the opposition, particularly the Congress party, when it's saying that the government recoils from the rights of the poor, and this changing of the name of the bill is a BJP RSS conspiracy?
Well, it's coming on the expected lines, and the government is not really surprised because the government feels that the opposition parties have been kept at bay by people and not given an opportunity to become ruling parties for the last 3 times because they understand Prime Minister Narendra Modi's interest lies only in the welfare of the people as well. How is it that the bill is diluting the spirit that is actually promised in the Manrega? That is something that the government really wants to ask. 100 days of guaranteed employment is now 125 days. More power is being given to the states, more responsibility is being given to the states. And like the Prime Minister told his cabinet colleagues when the bill was being discussed, that it is important that accountability is being fixed.
Right.
And therefore, it is going to be important to see whether Gati Shakti connection will make sure that transparency also comes in as well. As far as names are really concerned, the government has been saying that, names have been changed as per the changing times, and Viksit Bharat is the overarching scheme as far as the government is really concerned for the welfare of the nation by 2047. It's not named in Prime Minister Narendra Modi's name, neither Atal Bihari Vajpayee or any of the BJP or the RSS leaders as well. That is something which one has to really understand, that the government only means for the welfare of the people, and that's the reason Prime Minister Narendra Modi has been elected with a complete majority for the last 3 times in a row.
Important that you highlighted the need for accountability, something that Prime Minister himself has advocated for, which is why, what are those lapses during the UPA era that the current government is referring to when it comes to the Manrega scheme?
Well, there was no way to map this particular scheme, which is going to be done now because Gati Shakti will ensure that the mapping of the scheme takes place. That's why you know where the money is being spent, for what purposes is being spent. Earlier, there was no clear indication as to whether the states could take a call on whether money was going to be deployed, but here the states can certainly take a call. The panchayats will be divided into grade A, grade B and grade C Akansha, which clearly means that the states can make their own decisions, and the fact that they have to bear 40% of the cost also makes them accountable and responsible for that. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi in the cabinet meeting told his colleagues that, for decades together, the center has been abused, in a way for playing an unfair role to some state or the other. Let the accountability really happen. If the states so want, they should put in more money and give more employment. Who is stopping that? So this, just changing of mud from one place to the other will no longer be an employment. The employment has been stretched to multiple facets, including the fact that for 60 days in a year, people can actually get themselves deployed to farming services or probably agricultural employment as well.
Many thanks to you, Payal, for bringing us those latest inputs and for putting that into perspective for us with that shifting focus now. CNN News 18, in fact, brings you these breaking inputs. We've spoken exclusively to the special SIR observer, Subrata Gupta, who has now said that there are 1.34 crore voters where inconsistency has been observed, and the Election Commission will closely monitor. 25% names have in fact been deducted alone from North Kolkata voters list owing to several factors. 58 crore may increase as there are large numbers of inconsistent voters, in fact, is what we are being told by the SIR observer in Kolkata. This is a special SIR observer, Subrata Gupta. Let's listen into what he's had to say.
Sir, what are the main key features that you have seen while, being the main special observer in this SIR process in Bengal?
You see, this intensive revision is one in which house-to-house enumeration has been done. In the case of summary revision, which is done every year, people can file their claims, they can file their objections, etc. And the roll is updated year to year. In this case, the exercise is de novo, and the exercise is being done with reference to the last SIR, which was done in 2002. Obviously, this exercise is a very extensive exercise spread over quite a few months, and the idea is that we will try to provide as accurate a roll as is possible. What we have observed in the ground is that first of all, people have come forward voluntarily with a lot of enthusiasm. Most of the forms which were distributed have been collected, excluding around 58 lakh forms which belong to people who are there no more with us. Some of them have also shifted or are absentee. In some cases, there are duplicate entries. So all of that, amounts to around 58 lakh voters, whose names do not feature in today's draft roll, which have been published today.
All right, so the big statement coming in, 25% voters removed from North Kolkata itself. We will continue to bring you all the latest inputs coming in from Bengal. But that's all I have for you in this broadcast. Thank you so much for watching. News and updates continue on CNN News 18.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
We are also putting out certain inside visuals from inside the aircraft which had brought the Luthra brothers back to the country. These shots, we are playing them deferred for our viewers. Visuals of the Luthra duo while in the custody and that while they were landing in the national capital, deboarding this aircraft, the craft that has got them from Thailand to India. These are the first shots of the Luthra brothers inside the aircraft there as they have landed in the national capital, and that arrest warrant is going to be served to them by the Goa police, or is already have. We'll get that update from our colleague Anvit. Anvit, on these visuals, we are putting that out for our viewers.
Are after soon around the deboarding. They have been taken to immigration counter as we know now, and Goa police teams are waiting at the immigration counter to they have been served an arrest memo, and soon the formalities are completed. Some paperwork will be there. CISF teams, we are being told, were there on the tarmac when the deboarding was happening, and they were brought along with the Delhi police teams and CISF. They had brought them to immigration counter, and now the formalities of immigration will be completed, and after that, following some paperwork, we are being told that it will take at least half an hour more to for them to step out. This is the gate that you're seeing from where they'll be stepping out. You can see additional deployment has been made, and the entire area of this in front of this VIP green barricade. I request my camera, and this is how the
ideas there. But the focus is to make sure the law and order remains intact, and the brothers will be coming here. A lot of government vehicles are also lined here. These cars will be
taken to Patiala House Court, and we believe that Goa police teams and Delhi police team and also teams from CBI will be there in that convoy, and they'll be taken to Patiala House where the arguments will happen, and Goa police will seek their custody. Now after transit remand, they'll be taken to Panji where the investigation is to be taken, but this is the international terminal, arrival terminal of Indira Gandhi International Airport where the flight has already landed. Some formalities are still going on, and the visual that you were showing were of Luthra brothers after the landing, after disembarking the plane. They are inside the terminal building now, and anytime soon they'll be walking out of this gate once the immigration facilities and the paperwork of deportation is completed.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
We are also putting out certain inside visuals from inside the aircraft which had brought the Luthra brothers back to the country. These shots, we are playing them deferred for our viewers. Visuals of the Luthra duo while in the custody and that while they were landing in the national capital, deboarding this aircraft, the craft that has got them from Thailand to India. These are the first shots of the Luthra brothers inside the aircraft there as they have landed in the national capital, and that arrest warrant is going to be served to them by the Goa police, or is already have. We'll get that update from our colleague Anvit. Anvit, on these visuals, we are putting that out for our viewers.
Are after soon around the deboarding. They have been taken to immigration counter as we know now, and Goa police teams are waiting at the immigration counter to they have been served an arrest memo, and soon the formalities are completed. Some paperwork will be there. CISF teams, we are being told, were there on the tarmac when the deboarding was happening, and they were brought along with the Delhi police teams and CISF. They had brought them to immigration counter, and now the formalities of immigration will be completed, and after that, following some paperwork, we are being told that it will take at least half an hour more to for them to step out. This is the gate that you're seeing from where they'll be stepping out. You can see additional deployment has been made, and the entire area of this in front of this VIP green barricade. I request my camera, and this is how the
ideas there. But the focus is to make sure the law and order remains intact, and the others will be coming here. A lot of government vehicles are also lined here. These cars will be
taken to Patiala House Court, and we believe that Goa police teams and Delhi police team and also teams from CBI will be there in that convoy, and they'll be taken to Patiala House where the arguments will happen, and the Goa police will seek this.
Good evening and a warm welcome. You're watching CNN News 18 with me, Griha Atul. Over the next 60 minutes, I'll be bringing you all the top stories dominating headlines. So beginning with those. Endgame for Luthra. Owners of Goa's Birch Club, Saurav and Gaurav Luthra, hauled back Goa police to grill duo next. Days after Inferno at the Goa Light Club, CNN News 18 accesses trail of documents that exposes the many warnings raised over the land but didn't warrant any action. Delhi Environment Minister Manjinder Singh Sirsa speaks exclusively to CNN News 18, apologizes for Delhi's toxic air but adds a caveat that chronic issue can't be fixed in 8 months. Also rules out adoption of the China model since it is not a democratic country. Big win for Gandhis in the National Herald case as Delhi court refuses to take cognizance of the prosecution complaint. ED sources say probe agency is likely to challenge the order. Storm over the renaming of Manrega bill. DMK now opposes the nomenclature of the bill in Hindi. AIADMK counters DMK claims, says several central schemes named in Hindi implemented in the state. Election Commission publishes West Bengal draft electoral roll. Data shows 58 lakh deletions statewide. Bengal Sports Minister Arup Biswas resigns over the chaos and vandalism during Messi's Kolkata event. Nitish Kumar sparks outrage after a video of him shows him pulling down the veil of a lady sporting a hijab in Patna. Opposition terms the act despicable and vulgar. In a special gesture, Jordan's Crown Prince Al Hussein bin Abdullah II drove Prime Minister Modi to the Jordan Museum, later also sees him off at the airport. KKR by Cameron Green for staggering 25.2 crore rupees, making him the most expensive overseas player ever in IPL history. Let's begin with our top focus story at 4 p.m. this evening, as there is a big relief for the Gandhis in the National Herald case. This as the Delhi court has now refused to take cognizance of ED's prosecution complaint against them. The court, however, has allowed the Enforcement Directorate to continue its probe. ED sources indicate that the investigation team will likely wait for the Delhi Police Economic Offences Wing probe to conclude before filing a fresh prosecution complaint. All the documentary evidence has been shared with the EOW, and the ED hopes the probe will be completed very soon. Meanwhile, the Congress has called it a victory, stating that the centre misused the ED.
मैंने इस महत्वपूर्ण मामले की दलील खुद ने की थी राउज एवेन्यू में। बहुत महत्वपूर्ण निर्णय है। खोखला केस जिसको इतना ऊपर ले गए और आज उसकी कॉग्निजेंस तक नहीं हुई। आप समझ सकते हैं कि कितनी ज्यादा अतिशयोक्ति और कितना बढ़ावा चढ़ावा हल्ला करके हिस्टीरिया बना के बीजेपी सत्तारूढ़ पक्ष इसकी बात करती है। हमने कहा था बड़ी सरल चीज, ये एक ऐसा अजीबोगरीब केस है जहां पैसे का स्थानांतरण नहीं हुआ, पैसा हिला नहीं, जो प्रॉपर्टी है वो हिली नहीं, और मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग कहां से हो गई।
Some problem, the court will examine the entire materials on record, the case diary and everything, and thereafter court will take a decision. For the moment, the court has refused, but after going through the entire material produced by the ED and all that, the court will take a decision.
My colleagues Pallavi Ghosh and Ananya Bhatnagar are with us on the broadcast for more on this. Pallavi, coming to you first, considering the Congress is claiming it to be a big victory, they also have been crying, or what they claim, a witch hunt on part of the government of the centre as they are misusing the Enforcement Directorate. The response that's coming in so far from the BJP?
Yes, absolutely. But the BJP is, of course, very measured in its reaction. And as far as the legal nuances goes, of course, Ananya would be the best one to answer that. But politically speaking, you just saw Bihar since morning. All the responses coming in from the parliament is of Satyameva Jayate. Look, as far as the National Herald case is concerned, the line which has always been taken by the Gandhis and by the Congress party is that this is a clear-cut case of political witch hunt. There is no substance to the allegations. There was no embezzlement. No money was siphoned off. And Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi definitely are not guilty. So they were waiting with bated breath to see what the judiciary would have to say today. And the moment it was, the verdict came in, there was, of course, a huge sigh of relief. But suddenly I saw a lot of smile across the faces of the Congress leaders inside Parliament. And all of them said, and they patted themselves by saying, look, this is exactly what we have been saying. That, you know, these were baseless allegations. The government was trying to silence Rahul Gandhi because he's the only one who actually asked questions of the Prime Minister.
Right, absolutely. Thank you so much for that, Pallavi. Ananya, is this a big miss on part of the Enforcement Directorate? Because the reason that has been given by the court claiming that this plea is not maintainable is that it was not founded on an FIR relating to a scheduled offence under PMLA. Now that you are bringing to fore that the ED is planning on challenging this verdict coming out of the court, but only after EOW and its charge sheet, what happens next?
Well, absolutely. In fact, the court's main reasoning for denying a cognizance on this particular charge sheet is not the merits of this case, but the technicality that, you know, this case is not founded on, in fact, a FIR of a predicate offence, but on a private complaint that was filed by Subramaniam Swamy. Though the ED's defence since the very beginning has been that it's not just a private complaint. It's a private complaint that was taken cognizance of by the court, and then the Enforcement Directorate actually jumped into this investigation. Not only that, the ED also says that it will be challenging that particular order because the Vijay Madan Lal Chaudhary judgment, which is said to be the testament, the precedent as far as the ED's powers is concerned, also states that the ED can actually register cases based on private complaint itself. Though now there is a second route available as far as the EOW case is concerned, and once the EOW actually files its charge sheet, the Enforcement Directorate will be free to in fact file a fresh prosecution complaint because the court's order does not restrict the Enforcement Directorate from continuing with its investigation. In fact, it explicitly says that the Enforcement Directorate can actually continue with its investigation, though the detailed copy would be out in the next few hours. But at this particular point of time, the ED would be contemplating on challenging this particular order before the High Court of Delhi, and also, in fact, very categorically, the Gandhi see it as a very, very big win as far as things are concerned. But one thing is for sure, that this is not a clean chit, but a technical error that has been committed on the part of the Enforcement Directorate that has led to the cognizance of this case not being taken. But it definitely serves a big purpose for the Gandhis, not only politically but also legally, because they are still not accused in the National Herald case, and at this particular point of time, the investigation could also be at a standstill because they are not yet an accused, and only until the EOW files its charge sheet or the Enforcement Directorate goes on to file in fact a fresh prosecution complaint based on the EOW's complaint, is something that could actually change the course of the day.
Right, Ananya and Pallavi, thank you so much for all of those inputs. Let's take a look at some more reactions that are coming in.
प्रमोद जी, सबसे पहले आपका क्या रिएक्शन है जो नेशनल हेरल्ड को लेके कोर्ट ने कहा है?
सत्य मेव जयते, सत्य की विजय हुई है। इतिहास देख लें, जब अंग्रेजों की फौज में भर्ती होने की शंखनाद कर रही थी भाजपा का मात्र संगठन, और आजादी की लड़ाई गांधी नेहरू लड़ रहे थे, उनके नेतृत्व में कांग्रेस लड़ रही थी, उनकी आवाज तब नेशनल हेराल्ड बना हुआ था। नेशनल हेराल्ड स्वतंत्रता संग्राम सेनानियों की आवाज को उठा रहा था। उस अखबार पर, उस सोनिया गांधी पर जिसने प्रधानमंत्री पद ठुकराया, राहुल गांधी पर झूठे, घटिया, अस्तरहीन आरोप लगाए गए थे। आज इतना जन्नाटेदार तमाचा पड़ा है मोदी सरकार पर, जिसने ईडी का दुरुपयोग किया था। सत्यमेव जयते।
This is not the relief of Madam Sonia Gandhi or Rahul Gandhi. This is court has been exposed the illegal, malified, political targeting of Narendra Modi government without any legal background, without anything wrong done. They are targeting. Now, ED, the officers of the ED has to minimum, they have to understand. They can work for their masters, but completely doing political motivated targeting will not stand in the law of court. Thank you.
And some update from the defense sector of the country, as there's been a big boost to the combat capabilities of the Indian Army on the Western Front, as 3 Apache attack helicopters have now landed at the Hindan Air Force Station. Indian Army now have 6 Apaches near the Indo-Pakistan border. These helicopters will be joining the existing Apache squadron at Jodhpur, we are told. My colleague Akash Sharma with that information. Akash, you have been reporting about the procurements, and now finally these 3 Apaches are in India. Very soon the deployment will be complete at Jodhpur. More on this.
Right. So, Griha, it's an important delivery given the fact, that these Apache helicopters were very much expected. And, it was a contract of year 2020 where we have seen the initial 3 units recently in the July month. And now we are learning about these 3, units that have just landed at Hindan. In fact, last night we have been given to understand that one plane landed with these helicopters. These helicopters will be assembled, and then a JRI, a joint receipt inspection, will happen. And that is when, it will be marked as a completed delivery. Remember, Indian Army is already operating Prachand attack helicopter at the Indo-Pak border in the Western Front, and now they have got 6 Apache helicopters. As far as Apache is concerned, so Apache is one of the best attack helicopters in the world today, and also as far as the countries are concerned, so many countries are using it right now. Indian Air Force is also using it with more than 20 units already operating, but now Indian Army has got it in 6 units. In fact, the whole order is complete now, and these helicopters will be deployed at the Western Front. Western Front is also important because of the fact, that this is the area where we have our adversary Pakistan, and recently during Operation Sindoor, we have seen that how Pakistan tried to target a number of military establishment in the area. Specifically in the Jodhpur front, we have seen that how there are a number of drones that were sent. And, now when you have a, platform like Prachand, so you have got the night capabilities, you have got an increase in the combat capabilities, and it's a big booster for the sort of capabilities that Indian Army has today, Griha.
Right, Akash, thank you so much. And Akash is also bringing us this information that Indian Army will be featuring 2 of these Apache helicopters at the Republic Day Parade next year. With that, we are shifting our focus. The Congress party's push on the vote chori issue has met resistance, with key allies now refusing to endorse that very campaign. Rahul Gandhi's call for action on alleged electoral irregularities has not found support from prominent leaders like the Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Omar Abdullah, also Supriya Sule of the NCP Sharad Pawar faction. Supriya Sule, in fact, explained her stance by pointing to her own electoral record, stating that she will not oppose VVPATs, the Election Commission, or the electoral process. Meanwhile, Abdullah has emphasized that this is not an issue for the entire India bloc. Meanwhile, Congress MP Shashi Tharoor has responded to the speculations that have been caused because of his absence from that vote chori gaddi chor rally in Delhi's Ramleela Maidan. And he has gone on to claim that he was absent from his party's vote chori rally because of prior commitments, and everything is fine between him and the senior leadership of the Congress party.
बिल्कुल अटेंड कर, क्यों नहीं अटेंड कर? मैं विदेश में था, ये तो 6 महीने पहले का कमिटमेंट था कि मैं बिल्कुल ठीक है, मुझे कहने की क्या जरूरत है, मैं तो मेरे तरफ से सब कुछ ठीक है।
पहले पंचायत में इतनी बड़ी सरकार आई, मैं नहीं कह रही हूँ, इनका कहना है कि मैं भी उसी मशीन पे चुन के आई हूँ, तो मैं वीवीपैट, ईसीएम किसी पे नहीं बोलूंगी। क्योंकि मेरा कहना है अगर वो मशीन में गलती है तो मेरे से शुरू करिए, क्योंकि मैं 4 बार चुन के उसी मशीन के कारण आई हूँ. सो आई एम नॉट स्पीकिंग अगेंस्ट द मशीन.
ये इंडिया अलायंस को इससे कोई लेना देना नहीं है. हर पॉलिटिकल पार्टी को खुली छूट है कि वो अपने एजेंडा को सेट करें. अब कांग्रेस ने SIR या वोट चोरी को जो है अपना एक मेन पॉलिटिकल इशू बनाया है. ठीक है, हम कौन होते हैं उनसे कहने वाले कि वो ना करें. हम अपने इश्यूज चूज करेंगे, वो अपने चूज करें.
My colleague Pallavi Ghosh is now joining us on the broadcast. Pallavi, the worries for the Congress party continues when it is about the unanimous vote of the India bloc, because they don't seem to agree on many of these issues that the Congress seem to be fighting alone on.
Yes, and this is hugely embarrassing for the Congress party. I mean, I can say this for a fact that when they were planning that big rally at the Ramlila Maidan, in an ideal situation, they actually wanted that the Congress party would also get the support of the DMK and TMC on stage, but that didn't happen. And there is a backstory to it, Jiha. That is because you just heard some of those voices, but behind closed doors, either they want to fight their own battle, like the Trinamool Congress wants to, or many felt that, you were emerging as a loser. I mean, for example, the RJD, I noticed during the Bihar elections, was not very gung-ho about making vote chori as their key electoral slogan, because they know that at the end of the day, this is not something which can resonate with the people on the ground. Yes, it sets a momentum for a bid, but to keep on talking about vote chori, especially you've lost elections, doesn't make it sound very good. And you heard the words of Supriya Sule, that after having won 4 times over, I'm not going to start talking about elections being rigged. Similarly with Omar Abdullah, who has always maintained the distance from the Congress party. So this is an embarrassing moment, I would certainly say, but more than that, for Rahul Gandhi, because he's the one who's completely fixed on the idea of vote chori.
Right, absolutely. And Pallavi, it has been going on for the Congress. First, it was that open sparring between the Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party in the national capital. Then that battle spilled between them and Tejaswi's party in Bihar. And now this. Is it safe to say that the India alliance really is now very, very fragmented? The Congress definitely is not finding support when it is about its alliance partners.
Well, in fact, we had broken this story a couple of weeks back, Jiha, where we had said that Rahul Gandhi himself has seen the writing on the wall. He realized that the whole idea of India bloc is now become redundant because no one talks to no one. Now look at the elections which are coming up. The Trinamool Congress and the Congress party clearly not on the same page. They don't want to talk to each other. Mamata Banerjee has scant regard for Rahul Gandhi. Even the DMK, one of the strongest allies, is a bit upset because Rahul Gandhi took a call with TVK Vijay, and they feel that what is this that you're saying and doing, and then you expect us to give you a large number of seats. The Aam Aadmi Party Congress fallout is now known very well. The Samajwadi Party prefers to go it alone in Uttar Pradesh because they feel that the Congress is not serious enough. The RJD is very upset with the Congress because they felt that they were kind of humiliated and they were taking a long time in deciding who should become the CM face, and Tejaswi Yadav's name was not being announced. So these are the reasons enough why we can say that the story of the India bloc is really over.
Right, absolutely. Pallavi, do stay on with us. That big brother stance that the Congress is choosing to take, certainly not being held as brotherly enough by all the alliance partners as far as the India bloc is concerned. Now let's talk about another major political showdown that has erupted in the parliament over Centre's decision to replace the landmark Manrega with Viksit Bharat Guarantee for Rozgar and Ajivika Mission Gramin. Opposition MPs have stormed the well of the House and even staged a walkout, forcing an adjournment. Priyanka Gandhi of the Congress blasted the centre and demanded that the bill be sent to a standing committee for review. Union Minister Shivraj Singh led government's charge, clarifying the present government has spent way more on Manrega than the former UPA government. Opposition MPs have staged protests outside the parliament as well, slamming centre's hate for Gandhi. Meanwhile, CNN News 18 has also accessed the inside details of what the Prime Minister told the Cabinet during the meeting on the G Ramji bill. As per sources, we are learning that the Prime Minister strongly advocated for more accountability of the state so that the money is used prudently.
महात्मा गांधी हमारे दिलों में बसते हैं और माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, महात्मा गांधी जी का, पंडित दीनदयाल जी का ये संकल्प था कि जो सबसे पीछे है, जो सबसे नीचे है, उनका कल्याण सबसे पहले किया जाए। और हम केवल महात्मा गांधी जी को मानते नहीं हैं, हम महात्मा गांधी जी की भी मानते हैं और उन्हीं के विचारों पर आधारित, पंडित दीनदयाल उपाध्याय जी के विचारों पर आधारित गरीब कल्याण की कई योजनाएं ये सरकार मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में चला रही है।
सर, ये जो कानून है, इसके तहत हमारे गरीब भाई बहनों को जो रोजगार की कानूनी गारंटी मिलती है, जो अधिकार मिलता है, वह इस योजना में मांग के आधार पर संचालित होता है। इस योजना के लिए जितने पैसे जहां भेजने हैं, कितने भेजने हैं, वह जमीनी परिस्थितियों पर आधारित होता है और मांग के आधार पर निर्धारित होता है। जो हमारे संविधान की जो मूल भावना है कि हर एक व्यक्ति के हाथों में शक्ति होनी चाहिए, वही मूल भावना पंचायती राज में है और उस मूल भावना के विरोध है ये जो अधिनियम, जो ये विधेयक आ रहा है। हर योजना का नाम बदलने की जो सनक है, ये समझ में नहीं आती है। सर, जब ये किया जाता है, तो सरकार, केंद्र को पैसे खर्चने पड़ते हैं। बिना इस सदन की सलाह लिए इस तरह से जल्दी में विधेयक को पास नहीं होना चाहिए। सर, ये विधेयक वापस लिया जाना चाहिए।
The opposition MPs in my background, they're all carrying posters and banners showing Mahatma Gandhi, and their opposition is to the change of the name in the Ramji bill. Sir, what is the protest about? What are you protesting about?
See, the present government, they are trying to remove the part of the nation's name. So we are totally against for that.
So you are now marching all the way to the central hall. What is?
We'll go and discuss and then we'll oppose the bill.
Okay, we're going to oppose the bill. Is what? Sir, आप लोग ये महात्मा गांधी की पोस्टर लेके जा रहे हैं क्या? आपका
क्योंकि जो महात्मा गांधी इनको चिढ़ है राष्ट्रपिता से, और ये हिंदुत्व एजेंडा है, जो हिंदू राष्ट्र का एजेंडा है, उसको आगे बढ़ाना चाहते हैं। इनको नेहरू जी से चिढ़ है, इनको महात्मा गांधी से चिढ़ है, संविधान से चिढ़ है। जो बातें हिंदू राष्ट्र के रास्ते में उनको रोड़ा लगती है और जो हिंदुस्तान की सैद्धांतिक पोजीशन रही है, उसके खिलाफ ये काम कर रहे हैं।
Okay, so all of the opposition members are currently marching from the new building and they're moving towards the Mahatma Gandhi statue here, inside the parliament premises. They are saying the new bill, the Ramji bill, is anti-Gandhi, and this is an attempt to insult Mahatma Gandhi. And you see in my backdrop, they're continuing to march towards the Mahatma Gandhi statue inside the parliament complex.
And more updates on this. We are now learning Rahul Gandhi has hit out at the Modi government over the Manrega renaming row, and this is what he has gone on to say. I'm quoting from that statement. Modi ji has a deep dislike for two things: the ideas of Mahatma Gandhi and the rights of the poor. Manrega is the living embodiment of Mahatma Gandhi's vision of Gram Swaraj. It has been a lifeline for millions of rural Indians and proved to be a crucial economic safety net. Akhilesh Yadav has also reacted by saying, and I'm quoting again, "Those who lack a soul neither believe in the Mahatma nor in the Supreme Being. How can those negative people whose every word is a lie accept the revered Mahatma Gandhi who fought the battle of truth his entire life? This is a struggle between experiments in truth and those who misuse untruth." My colleagues Pallavi and Payal are with us on the broadcast. Pallavi, whatever is left of the India bloc, are they at least unanimous on this particular stance that they are taking, that this entire renaming scheme as far as the Manrega bill is concerned is an affront to the Mahatma Gandhi or the father of the nation's legacy?
Yes, absolutely. And they have their own reasons for doing so. They have their own reasons for opposing the Manrega. I remember, the Trinamool Congress has always been attacking the central government and accusing it of shortchanging it of funds, that our funds have been cut, no one has been giving us money, and the Manrega provisions, according to them, slashes the funds, the responsibility of the central government as far as the Manrega provisions to them goes. So you are going to see a little bit of semblance of India bloc, but that doesn't mean that it becomes a permanent story. But there are different strategies which are being adopted as far as the Congress is concerned. They plan to hold a nationwide protest tomorrow against one, what they call the name change, and Mahatma Gandhi's name has been compromised. And second, the provisions have been so tinkered with, which means less money will be given as wage.
Okay, Payal, responses from the Bharatiya Janata Party over this. Now that Pallavi is breaking, the Congress is going to be putting out a nationwide protest rally over this renaming of Manrega. What is the BJP saying? And also about these two tweets that I just mentioned about Rahul Gandhi and Akhilesh Yadav, both going after the Modi government over this.
Well, what we are getting to know from the government is they will in fact clarify this in great detail when Shivraj Singh Chauhan speaks on the bill whenever it is taken up as well. He will in fact clear the records that, Mahatma Gandhi had great reverence for Ram, Prabhu Ram, and therefore, Mahatma Gandhi cannot be insulted because Prabhu Ram is replacing his name as well. That's the argument which is coming in. The government has been saying, Griha, that bills do change from time to time, bills' names also change from time to time. But unlike the Gandhi-Nehru Parivar, none of the bill, none of the schemes, none of the, concepts are ever made in anybody's name. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has not put anything in his name. Neither has the Prime Minister put anything in the name of BJP leaders or the RSS leaders as well. So what is the BJP trying to really say over here? That, country is most important. And you know very well, Griha, that, Viksit Bharat 2047 is the goal that Prime Minister Narendra Modi set for everybody, including his own government and himself as well. And this is one step in that direction which will actually take the country forward. And the nuances of the bill have to be read given the fact that there has been an increase as far as minimum wages are concerned from 100 days to 125 days. States have been given more autonomy to see whether they want to in fact put in the funds as well. Because the states are going to be made accountable, the funds will also come in from the states. And transparency will be ensured because Gati Shakti will be monitoring where these funds are really spent. So what is the problem in transparency? What is the problem in fact having accountability in place? And years after years, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is said to have told his cabinet colleagues that the centre has been at the receiving end of the state because they feel that the centre is biased towards one state or the other. But this is going to be a level playing field given to each and every state, and let's see how they can best compete to exhaust the funds and for the right reasons. मिट्टी इधर से उधर डालने वाली जो employment थी इतने सालों से वो उसका निवारण हो जाएगा because actual reasons will be used now. That's what the Prime Minister has told his cabinet colleagues in that meeting on Friday.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much for that, Payal and Pallavi, for all your inputs on this story. More reactions pouring in.
So Manrega bill, that name is going to be replaced with a Hindi name. DMK President and Chief Minister M.K. Stalin has opposed this and says that BJP is sabotaging and destroying. How do you respond to this? ADMK says you're raising this issue only keeping in mind the 2026 elections and also for political gains.
See, the problem here is that was a union government funded scheme introduced by the Congress government. When there was people were poor, their purchasing capacity had gone down. The then Chief Prime Minister thought that we should do something to the people. This government has no control over finances. Their borrowings are increasing. They are taking away all the money from the states. They have pickpocketed the states. The scheme was in the name of Mahatma Gandhi. But these people have changed the name. They claimed that they are the game changers in Indian governance, but they have only become a name changer. They don't want Mahatma Gandhi's name because Mahatma Gandhi was working for the poor. He was fighting against untouchability. They are people who doesn't want all those things. They want to convert this land as a Hindu nation. That's all. Their agenda is to make this country a Hindu country.
और ये भाग जाएंगे, ये सुनेंगे ना फिर भाग जाएंगे, चर्चा का मांग करता फिर भागेंगे, ऐसा नहीं होता है। जो देश हित में बिल पारित करना है वो तो हम पारित करके ही रहेंगे, लेकिन आप लोग बहस में हिस्सा लीजिए, हमारे कोई आपत्ति नहीं, हम लोग सुनने के लिए हमेशा तैयार रहते हैं। We have to oppose the introduction of the bill only on the ground of the competence of making legislation of this house. Union of India का दो भाषा चलता है, हिंदी अंग्रेजी दोनों यूज कर सकते हैं। ये प्रथा तब से चलते आया है। आप इसको अननेसेसरी रूल 72 में आप इसको कोट कर रहे हैं। ऐसा अनलिमिटेड बोलते जाएगा तो सरकार को तो रिस्पॉन्ड करना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि रूल 72 का दुरुपयोग किया जा रहा है। ये तो ठीक नहीं है। समय का कीमत तो सबको समझना चाहिए।
Bill that the government is bringing, G Ramji Bill 1, do you have a problem with the language, and also do you have a problem with Mr. Gandhi's not being?
Is it a bill
This is an attempt to assassinate Gandhiji again. The unfortunate part is that Ram is being dragged into assassinate Gandhiji. Ram will never ever appreciate or allow such a heinous thing to happen. And moreover, 50,000 crores additional burden is imposed on the states. And a pilot program, which has been a right for the workers, is being nullified, is being scuttled by this new legislation. We will oppose this legislation tooth and nail.
The left MPs are also protesting about the name. They are saying that it's in Hindi.
It's not the question of name. It's not the question of name. Name whatever they put. They shouldn't kill the scheme.
This Mahatma Gandhi's name, which is being taken out of this act, is an unacceptable thing to us. It is basically killing the act itself. Right to vote was been killed through vote chori. Right to work has been killed through this act. This act is basically killing the whole act, which is going to give the right of a woman or a youngster across India to get a work is going to be denied. And we will protest it in the introductory stage. In the BAC also, the opposition parties, particularly Congress party, opposed it, said that it should be referred to a standing committee. And we will continue to oppose it in the House also when it is going to be introduced in the bond.
Shifting focus now to the state of West Bengal, as the Election Commission of India has released the draft electoral rolls for the state following the contentious month-long special intensive revision process, including a list of names proposed for exclusion. While the ECI has not yet released the list of voters excluded, around 58 lakh names are likely to be removed from Bengal's electoral rolls. Meanwhile, Trinamool Congress has attacked the Bharatiya Janata Party and the Election Commission, calling it a conspiracy to delete names of eligible voters.
Sir, what are the main key features that you have seen while, being the main special observer in this SIR process in Bengal?
You see, this intensive revision is one in which house-to-house enumeration has been done. In the case of summary revision, which is done every year, people can file their claims, they can file their objections, etc. And the roll is updated year to year. In this case, the exercise is de novo, and the exercise is being done with reference to the last SIR, which was done in 2002. Obviously, this exercise is a very extensive exercise spread over quite a few months, and the idea is that we will try to provide as accurate a roll as is possible. What we have observed in the ground is that first of all, people have come forward voluntarily with a lot of enthusiasm. Most of the forms which were distributed have been collected, excluding around 58 lakh forms which belong to people who are there no more with us. Some of them have also shifted or are absentee. In some cases, there are duplicate entries. So all of that, amounts to around 58 lakh voters, whose names do not feature in today's draft roll, which have been published today.
My colleague Kamalika Sen-Gupta is now joining us on the broadcast. Kamalika, the Election Commission has also stressed on the fact that the names that do not make it to this draft roll is not end of the road for eligible voters if many of the voters really do find that their names have not been included to the list. But what is the process of the eligible voters to be looking at that draft roll so that they can make that discrepancy apparent with the ECI at the moment?
See, absolutely. This is a total revision which has been taking place so that no illegal voters stays here. That's what the Election Commission point is, and no legal voters' names are deleted. That is also what the motto of Election Commission is. That's what they have been saying. So right now, whatever has come out today, more than 58 lakh names deleted, that is a draft roll, and the final roll will come on February. So if one person's name with all valid documents, their name is not there, they can obviously approach the Election Commission. This is not the end of the road. But at the same time, as the special observer told us exclusively, this apart from this 58 lakh, this 1 crore 34, this number is also of inconsistent. There are inconsistency in these forms, inconsistency in these voters. So that might be due to various reasons. That might be due to mistake of upload of the mistakes in while they were uploaded, their names were uploaded. There might be several reasons for that, but at the same time he has accepted that there is a chance of the fact that Bengal has these ghost voters. There is no doubt that there are some voters are there in the entire list, some voters' names are there in the entire list, which is with the malified intention. So the fact that infiltration, the fact that ghost voters, the fact of the fake voters, all these things very much exist in Bengal. Like if we look into the entire the data that is coming out, if we see the percentage-wise breakup, the highest percentage of voters that has been deleted is from Kolkata itself. 25% of voters' name have been deleted from North Kolkata district, and 23% of voters' names have been deleted from South Kolkata district. So these are the two areas which is very interesting. Here all those reasons may be there, like in urban area a lot of migration has taken place. In urban area a lot of people have gone out from this region. That may be the reason. And also definitely in these bordering areas, like specifically in North 24 Pargana, more than 7 lakh voters' names have been deleted. In South 24 Parganas, in bordering areas. So this one, now the entire focus definitely, now the hearing will take place. People who have been, people who will be called, if they have 12 documents, then there is no problem, their name will be added. So there will be permutation combination on this 58 lakh, on this 58 lakh factor, and there will be also addition, because this 1 crore 34 this number, this will go for a recheck. So definitely this 58 is going to be the final number, that is not there. But the fact that there are ghost voters, that is also there, which needs to actually be removed from the voters' roll, from the electoral roll. That is what the motto of the Election Commission is, and that's what the special observer tells us, that this 58 lakh may increase, there will be addition and there will be subtraction. So in this permutation commission, the final number will come. But the fact is, people, there are certain mysterious data which have come up, like we have also done stories. People below 40 has become grandfathers.
Right.
People below 15 have become fathers. So all those things will be checked, and those data are right now in the radar. That is what the main work of Election Commission is. They'll do a press conference.
For that.
Following to that, they'll
Kamalika, we will wait for that press conference of the EC. But right now, let's take a look at some more reactions that are coming in on this big story.
58 lakh names removed from 58 lakh names removed from the SIR in West Bengal. What do you have to say?
We knew that this would happen. This is the effort of the BJP in collaboration with the Election Commission to cut out, but we shall fight till the last. There is still scope for including people, voters, using Form 6. We shall do it. In the end, the conspiracy is there to delete names of eligible voters, but we shall continue to fight the conspiracy.
So you will help the people whose names have been deleted so that they are added back. Will the TMC work on the ground?
Yes, only TMC has worked on the ground. BJP was not visible at the booth level. So we shall continue to do that. Our camps, we have opened voter assistant booths in all the places, and we shall continue to do that.
Let's now take a look at some of the other news stories doing the rounds. We begin with the Indian rupee that has slipped to an all-time low for the 4th consecutive session as an India-US trade deal remains elusive. The rupee slipped to an all-time low of 91.04, eclipsing its previous record low of 90.78 that was hit on Monday due to likely short selling and also persistent FII outflows. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has put out this post on social media platform X that India is growing at 8.2%, far above the global average of 3.2%, making it the fastest growing major economy. Citing IMF praise and rating upgrades by 3 global agencies, she's also said that no dead economy gets a credit upgrade. India's merchandise exports to the US rose to 22.6% to nearly $7 billion in the month of November, bouncing back after 2 months of decline despite high tariffs. Imports from the US also grew to 38.3%, with the total export to the US from April to November reaching $59 billion in the current fiscal. Bangladesh's newly formed NCP is in the spotlight after leader Hasnat Abdullah claimed that we will detach 7 sisters from India. This was the claim verbatim that was made by Abdullah. Known for radical statements, Abdullah also, remember, rose to prominence after last year's movement and now plays a key role in the NCP. With that, we go into a very short break here on the broadcast.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
All right, we are also putting out certain inside visuals from inside the aircraft which had brought the Luthra brothers back to the country. These shots, we are playing them deferred for our viewers. Visuals of the Luthra duo while in the custody and that while they were landing in the national capital, deboarding this aircraft, the craft that has got them from Thailand to India. These are the first shots of the Luthra brothers inside the aircraft there as they have landed in the national capital, and that arrest warrant is going to be served to them by the Goa police, or is already have. We'll get that update from our colleague Anvit. Anvit, on these visuals, we are putting that out for our viewers.
Are after soon around the deboarding. They have been taken to immigration counter, as we know now, and Goa police teams are waiting at the immigration counter to they have been served an arrest memo, and soon the formalities are completed. Some paperwork will be there. CISF teams, we are being told, were there on the tarmac when the deboarding was happening, and they were brought along with the Delhi police teams and CISF. They had brought them to immigration counter, and now the formalities of immigration will be completed, and after that, following some paperwork, we are being told that it will take at least half an hour more to for them to step out. This is the gate that you're seeing from where they'll be stepping out. You can see additional deployment has been made, and the entire area of this in front of this VIP green gate. I request my camera, and this is how the
idea is there. But the focus is to make sure the law and order remains intact, and the others will be coming here. A lot of government vehicles are also lined here. These cars will be
taken to Patiala House Court, and we believe that Goa police teams and Delhi police team and also teams from CBI will be there in that convoy, and they'll be taken to Patiala House, where the arguments will happen, and Goa police will seek their custody. Now, after transit remand, they'll be taken to Panji, where the investigation is to be taken. But this is the international terminal, arrival terminal of Indira Gandhi International Airport, where the flight has already landed. Some formalities are still going on, and the visual that you were showing were of Luthra brothers after the landing, after disembarking the plane. They are inside the terminal building now, and anytime soon they'll be walking out of this gate once the immigration facilities and the paperwork of deportation is completed.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
All right, we are also putting out certain inside visuals from inside the aircraft which had brought the Luthra brothers back to the country. These shots, we are playing them deferred for our viewers. Visuals of the Luthra duo while in the custody and that while they were landing in the national capital, deboarding this aircraft, the craft that has got them from Thailand to India. These are the first shots of the Luthra brothers inside the aircraft there as they have landed in the national capital, and that arrest warrant is going to be served to them by the Goa police, or is already have. We'll get that update from our colleague Anvit. Anvit, on these visuals, we are putting that out for our viewers.
Are after soon around the deboarding. They have been taken to immigration counter, as we know now, and Goa police teams are waiting at the immigration counter to they have been served an arrest memo, and soon the formalities are completed. Some paperwork will be there. CISF teams, we are being told, were there on the tarmac when the deboarding was happening, and they were brought along with the Delhi police teams and CISF. They had brought them to immigration counter, and now the formalities of immigration will be completed, and after that, following some paperwork, we are being told that it will take at least half an hour more to for them to step out. This is the gate that you're seeing from where they'll be stepping out. You can see additional deployment has been made, and the entire area of this in front of this VIP green gate. I request my camera, and this is how the
ideas there. But the focus is to make sure the law and order remains intact, and the others will be coming here. A lot of government vehicles are also lined here. These cars they'll be
taken to Patiala House Court, and we believe that Goa police teams and Delhi police team and also teams from CBI will be there in that convoy, and they'll be taken to Patiala House where the arguments will happen, and the Goa police will seek their custody. Now, after transit remand, they'll be taken to Panji where the investigation is to be taken.
Welcome back. You're watching CNN News 18 with me, Griha Atul. The IPL 2026 player auction is currently in progress at the Etihad Arena at Abu Dhabi, where all 10 teams are fiercely competing to secure the best players for their squads ahead of the upcoming season of the IPL. The auction kicked off with the first set of players, but only 2 managed to secure their bids. Australian all-rounder Cameron Green was bought by Kolkata Knight Riders for a whopping 25.2 crore rupees, making him the most expensive overseas players in IPL history. Sarfaraz Khan once again went unsold at an IPL auction despite his good performance in domestic matches. Sarfaraz, remember, has had a base price of 75 lakh rupees. My colleague Vineet Ramakrishna with all the details there from the IPL auction that's ongoing. Yes, Vineet.
Well, as you mentioned, it's been a windfall for Cameron Green. 25.2 crores is what he's been sold for. I'll be playing for the Kolkata Knight Riders. Remember, KKR went in with the biggest purse of 64 crore. So it was on expected lines. KKR would bid for a premium commodity like a Cameron Green, an all-rounder, a seam bowling all-rounder. So 25.2 crores puts him as the most expensive overseas player ever in the Indian Premier League history, surpassing the tallies of Mitchell Starc, 24.75, and somebody like a Pat Cummins as well. And overall, also, he's only behind Rishabh Pant's 27 crore bid and Shreyas Iyer as well. So overall, the third most expensive in the Indian Premier League history, and it was on expected lines. Another big name and the big ticket buy was Mathisha Pathrana, the Sri Lankan pacer who was earlier with Chennai Super Kings, and once again KKR with the biggest purse, again going gung-ho for the services of the premium all-rounder who bowls 150 kilometers per hour with a slinging action, again a very rare commodity. Somebody like a Venkatesh Iyer went for 7 crores. He was released from KKR. Last year, he had a price tag of 23 crores. So it's a big downgrade for him. But then again, RCB getting a bargain buy in 7 crores for Venkatesh Iyer. But there are a few names who were not picked. As you mentioned, the likes of Prithvi Shaw, as the likes of Sarfaraz Khan. There were also a few international players like Liam Livingston, Jamie Smith, who went unsold. But these guys might come back in the accelerated auction later in the day as well. So we can see a Prithvi Shaw or a Sarfaraz Khan being picked up at base prices by other teams. Already 65 slots are still up for grabs. Only 11-12 players have been picked by the teams as well. It has been a slow start, but as the day builds on, as teams try to plug the gaps, you will see a lot more bidding was happening, and a lot of uncapped interesting Indian players would also be coming up. Somebody like an Akib Navi would be somebody who would be looking out for, a Yash Dhul, Karthik Sharma. So a lot more action yet to come. But the headline act as of now, Cameron Green, record price at 25 crores, followed by Mathisha Pathrana at 18 crores, and Venkatesh Iyer going for 7 crore to RCB.
Right. And Vineet, you also mentioned about the Indian players. We are learning that Ravi Bishnoi is being touted to be the costliest Indian of the day. More on him also.
Well, Ravi Bishnoi at 7.2 crores is going back to his roots at Rajasthan Royals. He was earlier with the Lucknow Super Giants, but then again he was looked at as somebody who has the India potential, had played for India, but his recent performances were not really up to the mark. But then again, a rare premium commodity, somebody, a leg spinner, who bowls very quick. So he's somebody who everybody had an eye for. At 7.2 crore, he might be a very cheap buy as well, very bargain buy as well. 7.2 crore, I don't think would be the highest an Indian would be paid in this auction. There are a lot of other interesting names coming up, and in the mini IPL auction dynamic is such that you could see an unheralded player just going away with maybe a 20 crore or 15 crore price bracket there. But Ravi Bishnoi at 7.2 crore with the kind of potential, with the kind of experience that he brings in, is definitely a bargain buy for a Rajasthan Royals, but he'll have to put up that performances, because at LSG he wasn't the greatest, he wasn't at his best. But Ravi Bishnoi at 7.2 crore gets a very good team in Rajasthan Royals, somewhere he can build his base as well, and somewhere he'll probably get more games as well.
Right, absolutely, Vinny. Thank you so much. And other players like Sarfaraz Khan, despite the good performance, have not yet been picked up, but they might find a mention there in that accelerated auction later in the day, which is what Vineet was mentioning about. But right now, we are shifting our focus. Let's talk about AQI. Delhi saw a brief improvement in visibility today as the dense fog was lifted, but the air quality remains firmly in this very severe category, offering little relief. As people are outraged, the Chief Minister of the national capital, Ms. Rekha Gupta, was greeted with chants of AQI from the crowd as she welcomed the football legend Lionel Messi at the Arun Jaitley Stadium in Delhi. The opposition has stepped back, stepped up its attack against the government, demanding accountability, calling for an urgent parliamentary debate on the worsening air emergency. The Delhi Environment Minister has finally come on record after a big lull, and it is his reaction on Delhi pollution where he has gone on to apologize to the citizens of the national capital, even claiming that no government can fix the AQI issue in just 8 months. This is Manjinder Singh Sirsa while speaking exclusively to CNN News 18, pinning the blame on the previous Aam Aadmi Party government.
Delhi's air quality has been in the severe category for the past 4 consecutive days, with the air quality index being recorded far above 400. However, over the last few hours, the wind speeds have really picked up, clearing out the smoggy conditions which had enveloped the entire national capital region. Now, over the last few hours, the wind speeds have really picked up. Now, we spoke to the senior scientist at the Indian Meteorological Department to understand the forecast for the next few days. And as you can see behind me, as of now, dense fog continues to envelop the northwest India. But for national capital, the foggy conditions have reduced so far. Now, according to the Indian Meteorological Department, over the next few days, the weather in the national capital is expected to be pleasant. The temperatures are going to increase slightly and then come to near normal levels. The winds will also pick up, due to which the foggy conditions would not be as dense, but there will be shallow fog during the early morning and late evening hours, which is when the pollution level could also spike. As of now, around 12 noon on Tuesday, the air quality index has been hovering around 380, which is again in the very poor category. Now, according to the forecast of the Indian Institute of Tropical Meteorology, the air quality index is likely to hover around a very poor to severe category for the next few days, depending upon the weather conditions.
None of the AQI station has been installed by us. All those AQI stations are installed by Aam Aadmi Party. This answer could be better given by the Aam Aadmi Party rather than me, because during my tenure, no AQI station has yet been installed first. The 6 new AQI stations which are coming now are also approved by Aam Aadmi Party during the earlier minister's tenure, and whatever place they have approved, we have agreed to install on that same place.
थाली और चम्मच लेकर क्यों पहुंचे सौरभ जी?
देखिए, रेखा गुप्ता जी को और इनकी सरकार को जगाने के लिए आज हमारे पार्षद और हमारे कुछ साथी रेखा गुप्ता जी को थाली से चम्मच से बजाकर इन्हें जगाना चाहते हैं। और रेखा गुप्ता जी ने जैसे कहा था, कूड़े के पहाड़ को कहती हैं कि कूड़े के पहाड़ तुझको जाना होगा जी, हम कह रहे प्रदूषण तुझको जाना होगा।
पोल्यूशन दिल्ली में 400 से ज्यादा हो गया था, क्या उपाय आप सुझाएंगे सरकार को? सरकार के कदम अब तक के उठाए?
फर्जीवाड़ा बंद करे, ईमानदारी से काम करे, सब काम होंगे।
पर्यावरण मंत्री भी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस कर रहे हैं।
पर्यावरण मंत्री तो बहुत कुछ कर रहे हैं, लेकिन उनकी तो अभी तक क्लाउड सीडिंग हुई नहीं। वो जो बारिश होनी थी, पूछिए पर्यावरण मंत्री से, कब होगी बारिश?
अचानक से आपने प्रोटेस्ट किया, फ्लैश प्रोटेस्ट की, कोई सूचना पुलिस को नहीं?
देखिए ऐसा है, जनता अपने मुख्यमंत्री को जगाने आई है, शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से उनको जगाया है। इसके अंदर मुझे नहीं लगता कि कोई चीज़ की आवश्यकता हो।
कब तक चलेगा प्रोटेस्ट या जा रहे हैं अभी?
ऐसे ही बस चलता रहेगा ये तो।
On that note, we go into a very short break here on the broadcast. Thank you so much for watching.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Alright, we are also putting out certain inside visuals from inside the aircraft which had brought the Luthra brothers back to the country. These shots, we are playing them deferred for our viewers. Visuals of the Luthra duo while in the custody and that while they were landing in the national capital, deboarding this aircraft, the craft that has got them from Thailand to India. These are the first shots of the Luthra brothers inside the aircraft there as they have landed in the national capital, and that arrest warrant is going to be served to them by the Goa police, or is already have. We'll get that update from our colleague Anvit. Anvit, on these visuals, we are putting that out for our viewers.
Are after soon around the deboarding, they have been taken to immigration counter as we know now, and Goa police teams are waiting at the immigration counter to they have been served an arrest memo, and soon the formalities are completed. Some paperwork will be there. CISF teams, we are being told, were there on the tarmac when the deboarding was happening, and they were brought along with the Delhi police teams and CISF. They had brought them to immigration counter, and now the formalities of immigration will be completed, and after that, following some paperwork, we are being told that it will take at least half an hour more to for them to step out. This is the gate that you're seeing from where they'll be stepping out. You can see additional deployment has been made, and the entire area of this in front of this VIP green barricade. I request my camera, and this is how the
there. But the focus is to make sure the law and order remains intact, and the others will be coming here. A lot of government vehicles are also lined here. These cars will be
taken to Patiala House Court, and we believe that Goa police teams and Delhi police team and also teams from CBI will be there in that convoy, and they'll be taken to Patiala House where the arguments will happen, and the Goa police will seek their custody. Now after transit remand, they'll be taken to Panji where the investigation is to be taken, but this is the international terminal, arrival terminal of Indira Gandhi International Airport, where the flight has already landed. Some formalities are still going on, and the visual that you were showing were of Luthra brothers after the landing, after disembarking the plane. They are inside the terminal building now, and anytime soon they'll be walking out of this gate once the immigration facilities and the paperwork of deportation is completed.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
Alright, we are also putting out certain inside visuals from inside the aircraft which had brought the Luthra brothers back to the country. These shots, we are playing them deferred for our viewers. Visuals of the Luthra duo while in the custody and that while they were landing in the national capital, deboarding this aircraft, the craft that has got them from Thailand to India. These are the first shots of the Luthra brothers inside the aircraft there as they have landed in the national capital, and that arrest warrant is going to be served to them by the Goa police, or is already have. We'll get that update from our colleague Anvit. Anvit, on these visuals, we are putting that out for our viewers.
Are after soon around the deboarding, they have been taken to immigration counter as we know now, and Goa police teams are waiting at the immigration counter to they have been served an arrest memo, and soon the formalities are completed. Some paperwork will be there. CISF teams are being
Very good evening. You're watching Nation at 5. I'm Akanksha Swaroop. Let's bring you the headlines this hour. It's endgame for the Luthra brothers. Owners of Goa's Birch Club, Saurabh and Gaurav Luthra, hauled back. Goa police to grill the duo next. Days after an inferno at Goa nightclub, CNN News 18 accesses trail of documents that expose the many warnings raised over land but did not warrant any action. Delhi's Environment Minister Manjinder Sirsa speaks exclusively to CNN News 18. Apologies for Delhi's toxic air offer, but he also adds a caveat: the chronic issue cannot be fixed in just 8 months. It's a big win for the Gandhis in the National Herald case as Delhi court refuses to take cognizance of the prosecution complaint. ED sources say probe agency likely to challenge the order. There's a storm over the renaming of Manrega bill. DMK now opposes the nomenclature of the bill in Hindi. AIA-DMK counters DMK's claim, says several central schemes named in Hindi implemented in the state already. The Election Commission has published West Bengal draft electoral roll. Data shows 58 lakh deletions statewide. Nitish Kumar sparks outrage after a video shows him pulling down the hijab in Patna. Opposition terms the act despicable and vulgar. Kerala government and Shashi Tharoor Slam Centre's decision to now allow screening of 19 films primarily around the Palestinian issue at Kerala Film Fest. Tharoor berates extraordinary level of cinematic illiteracy. KKR buys Cameron Green for staggering 25.20 crore rupees, making him the most expensive overseas player ever in the IPL history. It is payback time for the Luthra brothers. 10 days after the deadly Goa inferno that claimed 25 innocent lives on 6th of December, the duo have been arrested by the Goa police. CNN News 18, in fact, has accessed the Goa police strategy just ahead of the Delhi court hearing. The Goa police will now be seeking transit remand and tell the Patiala House Court that the charges are serious and grave in nature. Investigators will be arguing that the club was operating without proper licenses and mandatory permissions, and that custodial interrogation in Goa is essential to uncover the full chain of events behind the fire tragedy. Let's in fact break it down for you, but what we can tell you is that it's an extraordinary timeline that has been followed by the Indian authorities, given that this deportation process has taken just in a matter of 10 days. But what happens next is the big question we are answering this hour. Remember, the Goa police is all set to now seek the transit remand of the Luthra brothers. The charges are extremely serious and grave in nature. The police is going to tell the Patiala House Court that the club was in fact running without any valid licenses. More importantly, it was based on the salt pan region, which, as we all know, is an ecologically sensitive zone. The Goa police is also going to be telling the court that custodial interrogation of the Luthra brothers is needed, that too in Goa. The police will also be telling the court that it is imperative to unearth the chain of events. Why? Because remember, because of this inferno, systematic failures have also now come to the forefront. The Goa police is going to highlight the conduct of Luthras as they fled the nation. It is the intent of the Luthra brothers that will now be put to question, apart from the other grave systemic failures that have been taking place as far as Goa nightclub culture is concerned. Even the nightclubs, many of them in fact operating without any permit. Let's quickly take this forward, and for that I'm joined in by Arunima on the broadcast, also joined in by Anvit. Let's quickly go across to Arunima first. Arunima, if you can take us through what's going to happen now. We are also, as far as the route is concerned, we are being told that after they are taken by the police, they will be taken to the hospital first and then to the court.
So Goa police has now confirmed that arrest has officially been carried out. It took some time because they had reached India on an emergency certificate. Their passport had been revoked by the Indian government, and that led to their visa cancellation, subsequent deportation. So that took some time, but once the immigration process was completed, Goa police carried out the arrest. Arrest memo was served on them. So now the process begins for transit remand, and it is mandatory as per our procedure code BNNS that you must carry out a medical examination of the suspects before they are produced in court. This is also imperative because they have been in detention of the Thailand immigration authorities for the last 3 days. Friday, Saturday, Sunday they were there. Monday they got to meet their lawyers, but for 3 days they were absolutely totally in the control of the Thailand immigration authorities. One of them have told the court in their anticipatory bail application that he suffers from epilepsy, so that also makes it imperative to carry out the medical examination. Post the medical examination, they will be taken to the Patiala House Court and transit remand will be sought.
Stay with me, Arunima. Let me quickly also cut across to the visuals on the right side of this big screen, which we can show from the IGI terminal over here. This is where CNN News 18's Anvit is reporting from. You can expect from this exit door, the Luthra brothers to be exiting any time from now. As Arunima was highlighting, they will be taken for a mandatory medical examination first. In fact, Anvit continues to stay with us. Anvit, if you can take us through what are the security arrangements on the ground and what happens between this arrest memo that's been submitted and, of course, the Goa police demanding that transit remand for the Luthra brothers to go.
Kanksha, the visual that you are seeing on your screen right now is exactly the place from where Luthra brothers will be coming out. That is the green trolley, and the luggage that you see is the customs area. Right. One has to cross the green channel and come out in the terminal area, and that is the custom area that you are seeing people coming out from. Then that is exactly the gate where Luthra brothers also will be brought out from, and then this is the final gate, that is the VIP entrance where the entire barricade and cordon has been placed. This is the gate where we are expected to them to be brought out, and you can see the massive arrangement here. Police vehicles are all lined up, all ready to rush to Patiala House Court, as Goa police would want to seek custodial remand and transit remand of theirs. But elaborate arrangements, the entire gate has been barricaded. This is beyond the gate number 6 of the arrival terminal of international terminal of the Indira Gandhi Airport. Now they will be taken to Panji if transit remand is given today. Goa police is planning to take them today. Goa police is already inside with the accused and with the team of Delhi police and the officials who got this deportation done from Thailand. The team that had escorted him from Thailand to here on that plane Indigo flight 1064, they landed, and then under a CISF escort he was brought to the detention area, which is a closed room. They were the Luthra brothers were made to sit there for a while the paperwork and served an arrest memo, and now we are expecting that once they are rushed to Patiala House Court, their custody will be sought, and once provided, they'll be taken away to Panjim tonight itself by the Goa police.
All right, stay with me, Anvit. We will keep coming back to you. Any time from now, we can expect the Luthra brothers to be making that exit out of the airport. Let's quickly go back to Arunima, who continues to stay with us as well. Arunima, important to highlight how important is now going to be the custodial interrogation to be taking place in Goa itself. Apart from the fact that it is the Luthra brothers on which the scanner has been placed, there are other systemic failures also that need to be probed over here when it comes to the nightclubs that are operating, which in itself is illegal in Goa.
Yes, so if you look at the case currently, it would have been a case of negligence perhaps if the Luthra brothers had not fled. But from negligence, it went up to culpable homicide not amounting to murder, and now Goa police could well charge them for a full-fledged conspiracy in which government officials at the level of panchayat or even higher up could be involved. Why is the Goa police saying so? First and foremost, there is enough prima facie evidence to show that norms and rules were flouted at that bar while the Luthra brothers have tried to pin the blame on their manager, saying we had no idea what was going on there. They've also said that we were only, taking this place on lease. Any changes had to be made by the owners. So if there was any structural problems, we are not to be blamed. But Goa police is not buying any of these claims. Second, there was a notice given by Panchayat, but the notice was not acted upon. That too Goa police feels was because of money changing hands, because some kind of a quid pro quo. So who were the people helping them run this place illegally? That's an important question that police wants to know. And then their decision to flee to Thailand. How did they get to know that Goa police was on their lookout? The lookout circular was yet to be issued, and they fled to Phuket. They got their tickets issued at 1:17. They claim it was a work trip. A question that Goa police is asking is who really books a ticket at that hour for a work-related trip? And then even when they were there in Phuket, within 15 hours, it was clear that Goa police was looking out for them. If it was a work trip, could they have not booked a return flight and come back and submitted themselves to the law? All of these actions of fleeing to Thailand has aggravated the charges against them. There are no mitigating circumstances in their favor, only aggravating circumstances which the Goa police will only highlight as it prepares a full-fledged charge sheet against the two brothers.
Oh, absolutely. It is these aggravating circumstances that are currently being put to question by the Goa police as well. Many of those questions unanswered, and these are the questions that the Goa police will also be looking to find answers to. Going to request Anvit and Arunima to continue staying with us. CNN News 18's Simran Babbar also spoke to the counsel for the petitioner. Listen in to what he's had to say.
Sir, what has been this case today after the hearing has happened in the Bombay High Court, as now the next hearing for this PIL will happen on 12th of January?
Yes, so this PIL was filed last week itself, but yesterday Honorable High Court has taken a suo motu cognizance with respect to the same incident which happened on 6th of December, the fire incident. So today our PIL was listed before the division bench, and Honorable High Court has clubbed this matter with the suo motu writ petitions and asked the state to file a reply within a time, and the matter is listed on 12th of January. Basically, in this PIL, we have sought a judicial inquiry, also a court-monitored inquiry, a special investigation team by a retired High Court judge, because considering the gravity of the matter and also how this incident has shaken the entire state, not only the state but entire nation. So considering the gravity, we have prayed for the special investigation team and judicial inquiry by the retired High Court judge.
All right, let's quickly go back to Anvit and Arunima, who are staying with us. Anvit, it's been quite a few hours since the Luthra brothers arrived in the national capital. What is taking so much time?
Yes, Akanksha, they landed around 1:55 p.m. The flight was on time. The ETA was 1:55 p.m. It was a 4.5 hours journey from Bangkok to Delhi, and the flight landed, and the procedures is what has taken time. We were being told that soon as they landed, they were taken off the tarmac and brought into the terminal building, after which some formalities were done at the Bureau of Immigration, beyond which the team of Goa was also waiting for them. An arrest memo was served to them, and some paperwork and documentation related to deportation was being completed. Now we are being told that around 15-20 minutes back the deportation process and the paperwork has been completed. There are multiple teams inside. The CBI team is there. A short while ago teams had also gone inside. There's a team of CSF officials along with the Delhi police teams and teams of Goa police are also inside. Now the formalities, we are being told, has been completed. They'll soon be walking out, and this is the gate. In fact, I would request Umesh Sharma to show inside visuals of the airport. Actually, that is the that you see where you see some of the passengers. That is the customs area, and one has to cross the customs area after the immigration.
I'm so sorry to
come out.
interrupt you there, Anvit. In fact, I'm joined in by one of the lone survivors of the Goa Inferno tragedy. Bhavna is joining us on the broadcast. Bhavna, thank you for joining in this hour of grief. हम समझ सकते हैं आपका दुख कितना आपके लिए बहुत ही मुश्किल समय है अभी इस फायर ट्रेजेडी में. आपने अपने लव्ड वंस को भी खोया है. आज ये दोनों भाई आ गए हैं वापस. अगर न्याय की बात करी जाए तो आप किस तरह का न्याय चाहेंगी अब?
मैम, अगर न्याय की बात की जाए तो बिल्कुल इनको बिल्कुल सजा मिलनी चाहिए, और जितनी सख्त सजा हो वो उनको मिलनी चाहिए मैम. और रही बात मैम मेरी फैमिली की, क्योंकि मेरी फैमिली के देख रेख के लिए जो मेरे हस्बैंड थे, जो मेरी पूरी फैमिली को देखते थे, होल सोल थे, हमारे घर के पिलर थे, वो अब इस दुनिया में नहीं रहे। तो मैं चाहती हूँ कि मेरी फैमिली का जो भी लॉस हुआ है वो तो ये कभी भरपाई नहीं कर पाएंगे, बट एटलीस्ट मैम जो भी है इनको सजा मिलनी चाहिए इसके लिए उनको।
ये बात बिल्कुल सही कही आपने। जो आपका लॉस है वो तो अब मतलब किसी भी तरह से वो पूरी भरपाई उसकी हो ही नहीं सकती है, लेकिन इस पूरी फायर ट्रेजेडी के द्वारा जो 25 लोगों की जानें गई हैं, एक बहुत बड़ा रैकेट सामने आया है। वो है कि नाइट क्लब्स जिस तरह ऑपरेट कर रहे हैं गोवा में, जिनको लीगल भी नहीं माना जाता है। आपको लगता है कि इसमें सिर्फ लूथरा ब्रदर्स का इन्वॉल्वमेंट ही नहीं है, यहाँ पे एक सिस्टेमिक फेलियर भी है, चाहे वो ब्यूरोक्रेट्स हों या पॉलिटिशियंस हों?
मैम इस चीज के बारे में तो मैं ज्यादा कुछ नहीं बोल सकती, बट जो भी वहाँ पे प्रिकॉशंस थे वो प्रोटोकॉल फॉलो नहीं किए बस। और आप ये देख सकते हैं कि बिना लाइसेंस के अगर ये चल रहा है तो इसमें किसका इन्वॉल्वमेंट हो सकता है, ये आप मुझसे बेहतर आप जानेंगे मैम, क्योंकि इतना मैं क्लियरली भी नहीं बोल सकती किसी के लिए, बट उनको सपोर्ट है तभी तो वो इतना आगे जा रहे हैं।
सिर्फ गोवा में नहीं बल्कि पूरे भारत में देखा गया है कि फायर नॉर्म्स को किस तरह ओपनली फ्लाउट किया जाता है। बहुत से एक्सपर्ट्स ये भी कह रहे हैं कि 1997 में उपहार ट्रेजेडी हुई थी दिल्ली में, जो कि नेशनल कैपिटल में हुई थी। गोवा इतना बड़ा टूरिस्ट डेस्टिनेशन है, देखा जाए तो लगभग 20 साल से ज़्यादा हो गए हैं, फिर भी एक नाइट क्लब में इस तरह की आग लगी। इस देश में फायर नॉर्म्स को फॉलो करने के लिए कुछ भी नहीं किया जा रहा है। आपने जो भी उस रात 6 दिसंबर की रात को खुद विटनेस किया था, उसके द्वारा आप हमसे क्या शेयर कर सकती हैं? किस तरह फायर नॉर्म्स को बिल्कुल भी नहीं फॉलो किया जाता है इन पब्लिक स्पेसेस में?
मैम वहाँ पर जिस तरह से अगर आप कोई रेस्टोरेंट क्लब कुछ भी चला रहे हैं तो सबसे पहले तो अपने स्टाफ को आपको ट्रेनिंग देनी चाहिए। सेकेंडली उनको किस तरह से बचाया जा सके, जो वहाँ पर ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं था, और ना ही वहाँ पे कुछ भी आग बुझाने के कोई भी वहाँ पर इक्विपमेंट्स वहाँ पे अवेलेबल थे मैम। अदरवाइज वहाँ पे इतना बड़ा कुछ था नहीं, अगर उसको उसी टाइम कंट्रोल कर दिया जाता तो इतना बड़ा इशू होता नहीं मैम। ये
वो स्टाफ को
उन्होंने
क्या
कुछ वहाँ से
ट्रेनिंग
कुछ
देते
कोशिश
जब वो
भी
खुद ही
नहीं की।
बेसमेंट में उनके स्टाफ मेंबर्स मर गए और फंस के मर गए? क्या हमारे
मैम।
साथ उस दर्दनाक रात के बारे में कुछ शेयर कर सकती हैं? क्या हुआ था आपके साथ? आप लोग किस तरह फंसे? आप किस तरह एस्केप किए? आपके फैमिली मेम्बर्स को मतलब जिस तरह वो आग की चपेट में आए। आई एम रियली सॉरी दैट यू हैव टू रिकॉल ऑल ऑफ दिस, बट इट्स इम्पोर्टेंट फॉर द बेनिफिट ऑफ आवर व्यूअर्स कि आप ये बातें शेयर करें।
मैम उस रात यही हुआ था कि मैं अपनी फैमिली के साथ बैठी थी और वहां पर एक माइनर सी आग थी, चिंगारी थी, बट वहां पर ना मेरे हस्बैंड ने वो चीज बताई थी कि यहाँ पे चिंगारी है, यहाँ पे कुछ स्पार्किंग हो रही है, आप इसे कंट्रोल करो। तो वहां पर किसी ने पीछे से एक ग्लास से उसके ऊपर पानी छिड़क दिया और फिर उसके बाद बॉटल से पानी छिड़का, जिसके बाद वो आग और ज्यादा भड़क गई और उसके बाद बहुत तेजी से वो आग फैल गई। लोगों के ऊपर भी कुछ आग के कुछ वो नीचे गिरने लगे, जो ऊपर पार्टिकल्स थे तो वो नीचे गिरने लगे लोगों के। तो फिर उसके बाद लोगों ने पैनिक कर दिया और वो इधर उधर भागने लगे। उसी भाग दौड़ में मेरी फैमिली जो है वो वहां फंस गई और मैं भगदड़ की उसमें मैं भी दब चुकी थी वहां पर, और बहुत मुश्किल से भगदड़ से ही मैं बाहर आ पाई हूँ, क्योंकि वहां पे सिर्फ एंट्री और एग्जिट एक सिंगल डोर था मैम।
एंट्री और एग्ज़िट सिंगल डोर था। ये बातें आगे भी आई हैं अभी कि एग्ज़िट नहीं थे कोई, जो बेसमेंट में स्टाफ मेंबर्स फंसे हैं उनके लिए तो कोई भी एग्ज़िट नहीं था। बता सकती हैं उस टाइम पे क्राउड कंट्रोल करने के लिए कोई भी मेजर्स लिए गए? कौन वहाँ मौजूद था उस टाइम फायर के टाइम? गोवा इस पूरे नाइट क्लब के मैनेजमेंट स्टाफ में से कोई भी मौजूद था कि नहीं?
नो मैम, कोई भी मौजूद नहीं था। वहां पे लोगों ने जिस तरह से भगदड़ मचाई थी तो वहां पे इतना ज्यादा धुआं हो गया था कि कोई किसी को देख ही नहीं पा रहा था। और मतलब उस भगदड़ में मतलब इतना ज्यादा वो इंसिडेंस इतना इतना अचानक से हुआ कि मेरे 2 से 3 मिनट में किसी को कुछ सोचने समझने तक का मौका नहीं मिला। जो स्टाफ था वहाँ का मैम, स्टाफ तो बिल्कुल मुझे नहीं दिखाई दिया वहां पर अंदर ऐसा कुछ भी। जो लोग थे खुद ही अपने भगदड़ से खुद ही अपनी जान बचा के खुद बाहर निकल रहे थे। किसी ने हमको ये नहीं बोला कि आपको इस तरह से जाना है या उस तरफ से जाना है, किसी ने हमें ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं बोला।
इस दुखद घटना के लिए जितना भी कहा जाए कम है, पर हमसे जुड़ने के लिए, ये बातें शेयर करने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद भावना जी। आपको और ढांढस मिले और एंड आई कैन ओनली प्रे फॉर पीस टू द सोल ऑफ योर लव्ड वंस। थैंक यू फॉर जॉइनिंग। Now, remember, CNN News 18 has also accessed the trail of documents that go on to expose the reality of the now infamous and disputed land on which this ill-fated nightclub, Birch by Romeo Lane, was constructed illegally. We've also accessed 5 documents that have gone on to expose how the land was not just illegally constructed, but despite being flagged off multiple times for various violations, no action was initiated whatsoever. And CNN News 18's Anand Narasimhan takes us through all of this further and the discrepancies that have now come to the forefront.
Let's try and look at it. This is a complaint filed on the 21st of December 2023. So nearly more than 2 years ago, around 2 years ago, this complaint has been filed from a Pradeep Ghadi Amonkar. Now we'll come to this. We've got the papers here and have a look at this. Why is this important? First, I'd like to draw your attention to this map. Now this map talks about the various land uses in Goa, and I'm just going to turn this here for the benefit of our viewers. So there are private forests, there are mangrove forests, there are no development slopes, so they are shaded in various areas. But more importantly, what are the other ecologically sensitive areas? Now do you see this checkered plot, this part? Now this legend actually says these are salt pans. We're not supposed to be constructing on salt pans. Where this construction is and where this Romeo Lane and Birch, they all existed. These are salt pans, viewers. As per the official map of the Goa government, these are salt pans. There is not supposed to be any construction here because this is an ecologically sensitive zone. And that's what's being highlighted, that how is this construction in this entire patch? Well, these patches, these are all settlement areas where there can be a certain level of settlement. So there are settlement areas here. But this patch, this stretch, is an ecologically sensitive zone. It falls under other areas which are again salt pans. So have certain actually legal issues, and the rule of the Goa government, has it been now compromised because of collusion? Now look at this. This is the colored map. We've got the map here on the screen, and look at this. So these are salt pans, and as per the legends, there are certain other areas which are settlement areas, but largely this whole area is one backwaters of the sea. So this is all land which gets filled with seawater, and that's why these are salt pans. So they are supposed to be ecologically sensitive. There is not supposed to be any construction here, but constructions have been allowed. And this complaint, let's look at this picture again, these papers again. This complaint was filed by Pradeep Ghadi Amonkar on the 21st of December 2023, and this is what he's written to the senior town planner, saying environment construction violation in the properties bearing survey number 158/0 and 159/0 located in Sankwadi, Arpora, Bardes Taluka, North Goa. That's what they are saying. This is the Malins Lakeview Resort. And they are also saying illegal construction, eco-sensitive zone, salt pans, it's an agricultural field, construction without conversion, sanad, or without change of the zone, construction in a tenanted land, traditional sluice gates have been demolished, discharge of sewage into the Baga River, so there is no sewage treatment, and operation of discotheque in unstable structure, which could cause a major tragedy, misutilization of open spaces in contravention to the building bylaws. So this has been also, the above mentioned properties under dispute occupied by Mr. Surinder Kumar Khosla are an eco-sensitive zone and have been following violations committed as under, and it is further then detailed out in terms of the map and also the details of the village panchayat. So this is what we've got here on our screen, on the wall, all the details. We've accessed the papers. Simran Babbar has got these papers. Simran, as we show these details, what are the complaints? Illegal construction, construction without conversion of land, construction on tenanted land, discharge of sewage into the Baga River, and also operation of discotheque in an unstable structure, misutilization. Now this is what, in terms of resolution passed by the village panchayat, this is what they are saying, that they are saying demolition. There are actually demolition orders.
So, as Anand was highlighting, Simran Babbar has been able to access those documents for us here at CNN News 18. Simran's also joining us on the broadcast. Simran, the moot question that is that a salt pan area or region, which is, as we all know, an ecologically sensitive zone, how could that be converted into a settlement zone? How did this happen?
Well, absolutely, and that is something that the authorities are now going to be looking at with a lot of concentration, because that is apparently something, Akansha, that has been going on for about more than 20 years on this very land. From the original owners, when this land was sold to Surinder Kumar Khosla, and from there when it was given out on lease to these Luthra brothers, the entire series of committing the offences as per the law and as per the rules and the protocols by the authorities started happening. From the time that Surinder Khosla got the land on lease from the original owner, who's also the whistleblower in this case, has also been filing the petitions in the Bombay High Court and moving the court to also demand justice as to what has really been happening as in the terms of constructing the settlements on this property, which is originally and in fact since a long time has been now categorized as an ecologically sensitive zone, which definitely means that there is a no development zone on that property. So not just the flouting of conversion, illegal conversion of the land for the purposes that have been changed, but the Luthras added another series of criminal offence to that long list that was already been happening for many years on this land. So this is a case which is a classic case that is going to also in fact influence a lot of other land scams and other money laundering issues related to the hospitality sectors in Goa. When we went to the root of it, it was also shocking to note, Akansha, and I would also like my viewers to know that it is not just one property at the Romeo Lane, at the birch at the Romeo Lane that we have been consistently exposing through the help of documents as well, but the another property, the owners had decided to convert the other property into another settlement after it was demolished, and the demolition happened twice, once this year and another note the last year, but the Luthra brothers kept on rebuilding that settlement on another property that has been finally now demolished after this incident
Absolutely.
has come
Now
to
that the
court.
Luthra brothers will be in their custody, we'll have to see what emerges out of the custodial interrogation of the Luthra brothers with the Goa police. And with that, we have a CNN News 18 mega exclusive. All right, in inputs shared by Security Affairs Editor Manoj Gupta, what we are being told is that widespread protests have erupted across Pakistan-occupied Kashmir yet again as the Jammu and Kashmir Awami Action Committee continues demonstrations in several parts of the occupied valley. They're demanding an end to prolonged power outages. Let's quickly get in more perspective from Anand Narasimhan, who's joining me live from the newsroom. Anand, unfulfilled promises, prolonged power outages. Take us through the reasons for these protests.
Well, it all starts and stems within the POJK region and especially the POK region, Akanksha, as I say good evening to you and to our viewers, from this entire Neelam Jhelum project, from where the waters started moving away, the dams were redirecting the rivers and the projects, and the power was being pushed towards the Punjab province of Pakistan and POK was being denied its due. This is a region which the Pakistanis term as Azad, but it is anything but that. This is a region which is treated like the dustbin of Pakistan, literally, quite literally, where even used PPT kits were sent. This is a region where the people are not just under the Dehshatgardi of the Wardi, but they are also governed by an administration that just doesn't care. There's just loot and plunder. Now, this is a continued series of civic unrest that we are seeing in POK, and this is winter season. There is dense fog, the temperatures are dropping rapidly, there are health concerns, and then there is no power and there are huge power outages because the power is being supplied to the Punjab province, to Islamabad, Rawalpindi, Lahore, these regions. And very clearly the resources are being drained from POK. So that's exactly what's happening, and that's why the people on ground are protesting against this kind of massive power outage and also the rates. Now there is another problem. The Chinese are helping make all these hydroelectric projects for the Pakistanis. The rates are 3.5 times the actual rates or the earlier rates. And the Pakistanis are also compelled to pay interest for the construction and for the money that's been loaned by the Chinese. All of that incidence is coming on the people. So if the people are unable to pay, then that power is not provided to them. That's one part. The other thing is that even if they are ready to pay, there is no power supply because the power that's generated is being redirected elsewhere. So there are real problems that we are seeing, and we are also now seeing this is the latest amongst many of the civic concerns that the people of POK have had. They have come to a level where they don't want to be governed by the Pakistani administration at all. They want to have their own government, and they would want to ally and align with entities who will at least protect their lives and their livelihood.
Absolutely. All these protests snowballing and ballooning further, perhaps also into a wider movement, as is being anticipated by the Indian government in the days ahead. Many thanks to you, Anand, for putting that into perspective for us. With that, slipping into a quick break. Stay tuned to Nation at 5 as we return with the latest.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
We are also putting out certain inside visuals from inside the aircraft which had brought the Luthra brothers back to the country. These shots, we are playing them deferred for our viewers. Visuals of the Luthra duo while in the custody, and that while they were landing in the national capital, deboarding this aircraft, the craft that has got them from Thailand to India. These are the first shots of the Luthra brothers inside the aircraft there as they have landed in the national capital, and that arrest warrant is going to be served to them by the Goa police, or is already have. We'll get that update from our colleague Anvit. Anvit, on these visuals, we are putting that out for our viewers.
Are after soon around the deboarding, they have been taken to immigration counter as we know now, and Goa police teams are waiting at the immigration counter to they have been served an arrest memo, and soon the formalities are completed. Some paperwork will be there. CISF teams, we are being told, were there on the tarmac when the deboarding was happening, and they were brought along with the Delhi police teams and CISF. They had brought them to immigration counter, and now the formalities of immigration will be completed, and after that, following some paperwork, we are being told that it will take at least half an hour more to for them to step out. This is the gate that you're seeing from where they'll be stepping out. You can see additional deployment has been made, and the entire area of this in front of this VIP green barricade. I request my camera, and this is how the
ideas there. But the focus is to make sure the law and order remains intact, and the brothers will be coming here. A lot of government vehicles are also lined here. These cars will be
taken to Patiala House Court, and we believe that Goa police teams and Delhi police team and also teams from CBI will be there in that convoy, and they'll be taken to Patiala House where the arguments will happen, and Goa police will seek their custody. Now after transit remand, they'll be taken to Panji where the investigation is to be taken, but this is the international terminal, arrival terminal of Indira Gandhi International Airport, where the flight has already landed. Some formalities are still going on, and the visual that you were showing were of Luthra brothers after the landing, after disembarking the plane. They are inside the terminal building now, and anytime soon they'll be walking out of this gate once the immigration facilities and the paperwork of deportation is completed.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
We are also putting out certain inside visuals from inside the aircraft which had brought the Luthra brothers back to the country. These shots, we are playing them deferred for our viewers. visuals of the Luthra duo while in the custody, and that while they were landing in the national capital, deboarding this aircraft, the craft that has got them from Thailand to India. These are the first shots of the Luthra brothers inside the aircraft there as they have landed in the national capital, and that arrest warrant is going to be served to them by the Goa police, or is already have. We'll get that update from our colleague Anvit. Anvit, all these visuals, we are putting that out for our viewers.
Are after soon around the deboarding. They have been taken to immigration counter as we know now, and Goa police teams are waiting at the immigration counter to they have been served an arrest memo, and soon the formalities are completed. Some paperwork will be there. CISF teams, we are being told, were there on the tarmac when the deboarding was happening, and they were brought along with the Delhi police teams and CISF. They had brought them to immigration counter, and now the formalities of immigration will be completed, and after that, following some paperwork, we are being told that it will take at least half an hour more to for them to step out. This is the gate that you're seeing from where they'll be stepping out. You can see additional deployment has been made, and the entire area of this in front of this VIP green gate. I request my camera person, and this is how the
ideas there. But the focus is to make sure the law and order remains intact, and the others will be coming here. A lot of government vehicles are also lined here. These cars will be
taken to Patiala House Court, and we believe that Goa police teams and Delhi police team and also teams from CBI will be there in that convoy, and they'll be taken to Patiala House where the arguments will happen, and the Goa police will seek their custody. Now after transit remand, they'll be taken to Panji where the investigation is to be taken, but this is the international terminal, arrival terminal of Indira Gandhi International Airport, where the flight has already landed. Some formalities are still going on, and the visual that you were showing were of Luthra brothers after the landing, after disembarking the plane. They are inside the terminal building now, and anytime soon they'll be walking out of this gate once the immigration facilities and the paperwork of deportation is completed.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
We are also putting out certain inside visuals from inside the aircraft which had brought the Luthra brothers back to the country. These shots, we are playing them deferred for our viewers. Visuals of the Luthra duo while in the custody, and that while they were landing in the national capital, deboarding this aircraft, the craft that has got them from Thailand to India. These are the first shots of the Luthra brothers inside the aircraft there as they have landed in the national capital, and that arrest warrant is going to be served to them by the Goa police, or is already have. We'll get that update from our colleague Anvit. Anvit, all these visuals, we are putting that out for our viewers.
Are after soon around the deboarding. They have been taken to immigration counter as we know now, and Goa police teams are waiting at the immigration counter to they have been served an arrest memo, and soon the formalities are completed. Some paperwork will be there. CISF teams, we are being told, were there on the tarmac when the deboarding was happening, and
Welcome back. Getting in breaking inputs from Telangana, as the Telangana police have confirmed that one of the accused in the Bondi Beach shooting has roots to India. The cops have confirmed that Sajid Akram is originally from Hyderabad. The cops also added that Sajid did not come to India. Telangana police have added that the factors that led to the radicalization of Sajid Akram and his son Naveed Akram appear to have no connection with India or any local influence from the state of Telangana. Telangana police have said that there is no adverse record against Sajid Akram. Let's quickly go across to PV Ramana, who brings us more inputs. Ramana, what explains this lack of touch that Sajid Akram had with his family? Why did the family break ties with Sajid Akram?
Yeah, Sajid Akram, who was caused for 15 people death in Sydney. So people in the Telangana police started investigation in this angle because the Sajid Akram, basically he belongs to, he originated in Hyderabad. In fact, he left Hyderabad in the year 1990 in the year 1998. Before that, he studied in Hyderabad only. He studied till BCom here in Hyderabad. Later on, he went to Australia on the student visa. Later on, he converted his visa, his student visa, to business visa. In fact, so there he married a European lady, and he started his own family over there. And he is having the children, two children. One is accused in this mass shooting case. He's one of the accused. His son is accused, and he's having one daughter also. So as of now, police came to a conclusion that he is not having any criminal records in the state of Telangana or in Hyderabad. Before that also, he is not involved in any extremist activities or he is not having any type of police cases against him. That's what exactly police wanted to clear. In fact, and moreover, the police also, DGP Shivadreddy also mentioned that earlier he came to after he leaving Hyderabad, he came back to Hyderabad 6-7 times only for the property related issues, and even he wanted to see his parents, who is very old in the age. They are suffering with the old age issues. And moreover, there is also information is that he is not at all visited even at the time of his father's death also.
Right.
So that's what exactly is having the record. And as of now, the best thing is that he's not having any criminal records here in Hyderabad.
All right, clearly no touch with Telangana or the family of Sajida Akram is what the big statement coming in from Telangana police is concerned. Many thanks to you, Ramana, for bringing us those inputs. With that, quickly shifting focus over to some more breaking inputs coming in. Another CNN exclusive from Pakistan. In fact, our security affairs editor brings us these inputs. Round 2 of the face-off between Pakistan government and Imran Khan's Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf is on. This after seeking permission to meet Imran Khan. The former Pak Prime Minister's sisters have reached the Adiala jail. They have been stopped by the police yet again. Alima Khan, accompanied by the PTI workers, was halted after the police stopped their vehicle, citing security concerns. Following the intervention, Alima Khan and party workers began marching towards the jail on foot, turning the visit into a symbolic protest. But what we can tell you is that the repeated requests being made by Imran Khan's sisters, his family, even members of the PTI, have been consistently rejected by the jail authorities. It is an open secret that this is happening soon after the kind of constitutional coup that has taken place at the hands of Shehbaz Sharif's government and, of course, more importantly, Asim Munir. Anand joins me on the phone line with more details. Anand, despite the kind of pressure being mounted by, say, the likes of the UN Special Rapporteur on torture, there seems to be no impact as far as Pakistan establishment is concerned.
Well, this is only a political headache for the Shehbaz Sharif government, the civilian government, because Adiala jail comes under military control. And all this protests and this requests, etc., cannot happen if the military is not okay with it. So, and this is the second time or the third time in the last week itself that PTI has mounted such a big move to try and go and look at the health of Imran Khan. So clearly there is a certain level of pressure that's being built, but on Asim Munir and the military, along with also pressure on the civilian establishment. Now, but what it does is it allows the world, and how Bharat exposed Pakistan at the UN also, saying that the elected prime minister or the elected leader of the country is in jail and his family cannot meet him, whereas a failed marshal is proclaiming himself as the chief of defense staff, etc., and another exiled leader's brother is actually the prime minister of a cobbled up coalition. So that's the whole mockery of democracy that Pakistan makes to the world, and what example they are setting for a banana republic or a failed state, that is evident to everybody. But in this case, what's also happening is there is huge support for Imran Khan. That's one. But this is also a ploy or to deflect the pressure cooker situation that is developing in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa and along the Durand line with the Afghans. The Pakistanis would rather have media attention around Imran Khan rather than the attention being directed towards the Afpak border and the atrocities that are being committed in the villages of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa and the dissent that is brewing in that region by the day. So they would rather deflect media attention towards this because this is manageable compared to what is happening on the other side on their western front.
All right, many thanks to you, Anand, for putting that into perspective for us. And with that, we're slipping into a quick break. Stay tuned to CNN News 18 and Nation at 5 as we return with the latest.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
All right, we're also putting out certain inside visuals from inside the aircraft which had brought the Luthra brothers back to the country. These shots, we are playing them deferred for our viewers. Visuals of the Luthra duo while in the custody and that while they were landing in the national capital, deboarding this aircraft, the craft that has got them from Thailand to India. These are the first shots of the Luthra brothers inside the aircraft there as they have landed in the national capital, and that arrest warrant is going to be served to them by the Goa police, or is already have. We'll get that update from our colleague Anvit. Anvit, on these visuals, we are putting that out for our viewers.
Are after soon around the deboarding. They have been taken to immigration counter as we know now, and Goa police teams are waiting at the immigration counter to they have been served an arrest memo, and soon the formalities are completed. Some paperwork will be there. CISF teams, we are being told, were there on the tarmac when the deboarding was happening, and they were brought along with the Delhi police teams and CISF. They had brought them to immigration counter, and now the formalities of immigration will be completed, and after that, following some paperwork, we are being told that it will take at least half an hour more to for them to step out. This is the gate that you're seeing from where they'll be stepping out. You can see additional deployment has been made, and the entire area of this in front of this VIP green barricade. I request my camera, and this is how the
ideas there. But the focus is to make sure the law and order remains intact, and the brothers will be coming here. A lot of government vehicles are also lined here. These cars will be
taken to Patiala House Court, and we believe that Goa police teams and Delhi police team and also teams from CBI will be there in that convoy, and they'll be taken to Patiala House where the arguments will happen, and the Goa police will seek their custody. Now after transit remand, they'll be taken to Panji where the investigation is to be taken, but this is the international terminal, arrival terminal of Indira Gandhi International Airport where the flight has already landed. Some formalities are still going on, and the visual that you were showing were of Luthra brothers after the landing, after disembarking the plane. They are inside the terminal building now, and anytime soon they'll be walking out of this gate once the immigration facilities and the paperwork of deportation is completed.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
All right, we're also putting out certain inside visuals from inside the aircraft which had brought the Luthra brothers back to the country. These shots, we are playing them deferred for our viewers. Visuals of the Luthra duo while in the custody and that while they were landing in the national capital, deboarding this aircraft, the craft that has got them from Thailand to India. These are the first shots of the Luthra brothers inside the aircraft there as they have landed in the national capital, and that arrest warrant is going to be served to them by the Goa police, or is already have. We'll get that update from our colleague Anvit. Anvit, on these visuals, we are putting that.
All right, big breaking inputs coming in. The fugitive Luthra brothers are out of the airport. This after the deportation has finally taken place in 10 days. Remember, both the brothers are wanted in connection with the tragic fire that engulfed Birch by Romeo Lane, the nightclub in Goa that took the life of 25 innocent people. Those visuals we are bringing to you are from the IGI airport, where both the brothers who are masked, in fact, being taken out along with the authorities. We are also being told that they will be taken to a hospital for a medical examination. Soon after that medical examination, they will then be taken to the Patiala House Court, where the Goa police will then argue for their custody. Anvit has been tracking a minute-by-minute development for you here on CNN News 18. Anvit, take us through what's happening right now.
Kanksha, we are at the Arrival International Terminal and the brothers had landed around 2 p.m. Just 5 minutes ago, they had been taken out of this terminal. They were put in the vehicle, a convoy of vehicle, and they've been rushed to a hospital probably for a medical, and then they'll be produced before the Patiala House Court. Strong allegations against them. Goa police will be arguing in the court for a transit remand and then for a custody. Detailed investigations need to be done into this matter. Not only the criminal conduct as to the 25 lives that were lost, but also the negligent conduct with respect to fire, the trade license that has expired, that the pub that was being operated illegally for 18 months. Also, electric firecrackers that were used during the event that struck one of the wooden ceilings and triggered the blaze. So that also had caused these people to be struck and then eventually die. So grave violations there. Just 5 minutes ago, a team of CISF and CBI officials along with Delhi police had escorted them out of this international arrival terminal, and now they are being rushed towards Patiala House Court for further arguments and seeking their transit remand.
CISF, CBI, Delhi police, all these three teams were present at the airport. Latest visuals of the Luthra brothers coming out of the IGI airport, as Anvit also highlighting. They'll be taken to the hospital for medical examination. Grave charges over there against the brothers. Anvit, if you can also take us through which hospital they are currently being taken to. Was the Goa police also present over there?
Yes, certainly Goa police teams were there, and the officials of Goa police team have left along with them. We are being told that officials of Goa police were already inside when the flight had landed. They were waiting at the immigration area, and once the basic formalities of immigration were completed, arrest memo was also served to these brothers, and they were informed about their arrest by Goa police and the negligence at part. Also, now we are being told that Goa police teams are along with them in the convoy that is heading to Patiala House Court. Before that, they might stop and for a medical, we are learning probably medical might be done at RML or at some Delhi government hospital. Teams of Delhi police and along with CBI and Goa police have already left the airport, and it is expected in half an hour to 40 minutes they'll be at, after the medical, they'll be at Patiala House Court for further arguments in this case.
A huge shot in the arm for the Indian authorities. And remember, it's just taken 10 days for the deportation of these two fugitive Luthra brothers. Important to highlight at this moment as they touch on Indian soil, how much effort has gone behind this speedy deportation.
A lot, and actually that has been exemplary. See, it was on 7th of morning that they had fled, and the same very day lookout circular was issued by the Bureau of Immigration on the request of Goa police. After that, these brothers were traced in Patong area and were brought back to Bangkok. Thai authorities had informed Indian authorities. After that, their travel documents and passports were also suspended, following which their detention was confirmed and Indian authorities were informed on that. Then a team of Luthra brothers legal team also went there to meet them, apprise them of all the legal options they have, and then just 2 days back when this meeting had happened, after that Indian authorities were informed that deportations formalities are being completed, and today morning they were put on an Indigo flight 1064 that landed at 1:55 p.m. here at this international terminal, and then a team of Goa police was already waiting. It had been kept in loop all this while. When they landed, an arrest memo was served, immigration facilities formalities were completed. Also, deportation paperwork was completed, and then they have been now put in a convoy and sent out of this airport along with CBI teams that had brought them from Thailand to India, along with the Delhi police teams, and the Goa police team are also along with that convoy.
Stay with me, Anvit. Quickly giving a recap to all our viewers who are tuning in right now. This is the big breaking input. First on CNN News 18, the Luthra brothers finally rushed out of the IGI airport. You can see both of them have been masked up. As Anvit is highlighting, they'll be taken to one of the hospitals, perhaps the RML, for a medical examination, and only after that will they be taken taken to the Patiala House Court, as Anvit also highlighting teams of the CISF, the CBI, which remember has played a very significant role in the deportation process of these Luthra brothers, accompanied by the Delhi police and the Goa police over there, also going to be arguing for the transit remand of the brothers at the Patiala House Court. I quickly go back to Anvit. Anvit, if you can take us through what is going to be the strategy of the Goa police, given that there are some grave and very serious charges being faced by the brothers.
See, starting with the crime itself that happened and the negligence that led to it, the fire that took place and that claimed 25 lives, and it's a huge number and big massacre that happened. See, 25 lives lost, that itself is a grievous incident, and beyond that, arguments will be put that why did the brothers flee after the incident. They have, however, their lawyers have put before the fact that they had gone there for a work meeting. However, the haphazardness in which the tickets were booked, there was no return ticket, tickets of meeting were not booked in advance. So these facts are being put, will be put before by the Goa.
All right, yes, Anvit, please go ahead. Seem to have lost that connection with Anvit, but as Anvit was highlighting, it is the intent of the Luthra brothers that is also currently being questioned, even though they have been giving their own set of defenses, which is also to do with their health. One of them suffers from epilepsy, and that's also been given as one of the grounds for defense. They're saying that the executive machinery is paying for their blood. They are out there to seek revenge from them. But more importantly, as has been accessed by CNN News 18 in terms of the documents, there was a demolition order which had been given by the Panchayat. There were no notices which were followed up in terms of why didn't the demolition take place earlier? Why did it have to take a tragedy that took the lives of 25 innocent people for the demolition to take place? More importantly, systemic failures as far as nightclubs operating out of Goa has now come to the forefront. Remember, nightclubs are deemed illegal. They can only procure licenses with regards to restaurants and pubs. There is no legality attached to nightclubs, and yet close to 157 of them are rampantly operating in Goa. Let's quickly go across to Ananya Bhatnagar, who will take us through the strategy of the Goa police as it continues to argue for a custodial interrogation of the Luthra brothers. Ananya. Ananya, can you hear me? Ananya, can you share the strategy of the Goa police with us?
Taken out of the court, and in fact, they have been taken out of the IGI airport. They will now be taken, in fact, to the hospital, the Indira Gandhi Hospital in Sector 9, Dwarka, where a medical test would be conducted. And then, in fact, we'll see that the Luthra brothers would be brought to the Patiala House Court in the national capital, where they will be produced before, in fact, the duty magistrate here. First, they were to be produced before, in fact, the court, the competent court. However, since the court's timing are a little amiss, now he will be produced before, in fact, the duty magistrate, and then a transit remand would be sought by the Goa police. The Goa police's strategy that CNN News 18 broke down for its viewer, they'll be highlighting how these two brothers are somebody who are at the center of this whole controversy, and are in fact somebody who have been one of the focal points as far as this investigation is concerned. They were also somebody who flew the country and are at a flight risk, and hence their custodial interrogation is imperative.
So sorry to interrupt you there, Ananya, running short of time. We'll have to leave it at that. But CNN News 18 is very much on this news story. Stay tuned for all the minute-by-minute development of this deportation of the Luthra brothers. Up next is Plain Speak with Poonam Burde.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
We are also putting out certain inside visuals from inside the aircraft which had brought the Luthra brothers back to the country. These shots, we are playing them deferred for our viewers. Visuals of the Luthra duo while in the custody, and that while they were landing in the national capital, deboarding this aircraft, the craft that has got them from Thailand to India. These are the first shots of the Luthra brothers inside the aircraft there. as they have landed in the national capital, and that arrest warrant is going to be served to them by the Goa police, or is already have. We'll get that update from our colleague Anvit. Anvit, on these visuals, we are putting that out for our viewers.
Are after soon around the deboarding, they have been taken to immigration counter as we know now, and Goa police teams are waiting at the immigration counter to they have been served an arrest memo, and soon the formalities are completed. Some paperwork will be there. CISF teams, we are being told, were there on the tarmac when the deboarding was happening, and they were brought along with the Delhi police teams and CISF. They had brought them to immigration counter, and now the formalities of immigration will be completed, and after that, following some paperwork, we are being told that it will take at least half an hour more to for them to step out. This is the gate that you're seeing from where they'll be stepping out. You can see additional deployment has been made, and the entire area of this in front of this VIP green gate. I request my camera, and this is how the
but the focus is to make sure the law and order remains intact, and the others will be coming here. A lot of government vehicles are also lined here. These cars will be
taken to Patiala House Court, and we believe that Goa police teams and Delhi police team and also teams from CBI will be there in that convoy, and they'll be taken to Patiala House where the arguments will happen, and Goa police will seek their custody. Now after transit remand, they'll be taken to Panji where the investigation is to be taken, but this is the international terminal, arrival terminal of Indira Gandhi International Airport, where the flight has already landed. Some formalities are still going on, and the visual that you were showing were of Luthra brothers after the landing, after disembarking the plane. They are inside the terminal building now, and anytime soon they'll be walking out of this gate once the immigration facilities and the paperwork of deportation is completed.
This is News 18 Network. India's largest news network.
We are also putting out certain inside visuals from inside the aircraft which had brought the Luthra brothers back to the country. These shots, we are playing them deferred for our viewers. Visuals of the Luthra duo while in the custody, and that while they were landing in the national capital, deboarding this aircraft, the craft that has got them from Thailand to India. These are the first shots of the Luthra brothers inside the aircraft there, as they have landed in the national capital, and that arrest warrant is going to be served to them by the Goa police, or is already have. We'll get that update from our colleague Anvit. Anvit, on these visuals, we are putting that out for our viewers.
Good evening, you're watching Plain Speak with me, Poonam Burde. What was meant to be a weekend getaway turned tragic for many. A place of employment turned into a tinderbox. Birch by Romeo Lane in Goa went up in flames on the December 6th night. 25 people lost their lives because of the owners who prioritized making money over safety. All norms were thrown to the wind. So how did it all start? Who benefited from it, if any? And why do we still not have key answers? Why did the Luthras escape only to be dragged back to India to face the law today? And as you see those visuals on your screens, these are the two brothers, the Luthra brothers, who own or co-own Birch by Romeo Lane in Goa, where the fire broke out and 25 people lost their lives. They are now going to be facing the law in India. Their 10-day vacation or an escapade in Thailand is now ending. The smoke has cleared over Birch, but the heat has shifted to the Luthra brothers. Their actions, their decisions, and most importantly, their abdication. Both Saurabh and Gaurav Luthra's Thailand escapade ended because India ensured that they come back to India, to Goa, where they will face the law. Both of them were dragged back to face the law and to bring justice to those people and their families who lost their lives in that Goa fire. In a case where coincidence feels increasingly unlikely, where every single detail matters and every unanswered question speaks volumes. On Plain Speak tonight, we cut through that smoke and we will take a hard look at the Luthra brothers and the fire that changed everything, because it looks like this is the tip of the iceberg as far as the scene in Goa is concerned, especially with nightclubs like these, with clubs like these functioning with absolutely no accountability. So here's what's going to happen next as far as the Luthra brothers go. They will be produced before court in just a short while from now, where the Goa police will be seeking a transit remand. Remember, they've been brought to Delhi from Thailand but they do not have a case in Delhi, which is why they will have to be taken to Goa to face the law. Once that transit remand is secured from the court, the Goa police team, which is already in Delhi, will be transporting the Luthra brothers to Panji. The brothers will be formally arrested then there, and that is when the investigation will formally begin in Goa. They will be subjected to extended custodial interrogation regarding the fire, the alleged operational violations at their Birch by Romeo nightclub, and why exactly it is that they felt that they had to escape. Where was their responsibility? Why no accountability? That question will be put forth to them as well. The Goa police will then file their charge sheet in the case under sections of the Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita, which include provisions for imprisonment of up to 10 years if found guilty. Meanwhile, the investigation has brought to fore multiple allegations, multiple lapses. Following that inferno at the nightclub, these co-owners, the Luthra brothers, face heat not just for culpable homicide not amounting to murder, but also for the fact that the nightclub was flagged for multiple safety violations in the past. In fact, the whole property was built illegally is what we're learning. There are multiple demolition notices that have been issued by local authorities, but their operations continued. How? Why? Why did nobody stop them? What was the Gram Panchayat doing? What was the police doing in Goa? All of those questions will have to be answered as well. Authorities are also probing possible financial irregularities involving 42 companies linked to the brothers, all registered at the same Delhi address. Now, CNN News 18 has access to a trail of documents that exposes the reality behind these grave allegations. The land was not just illegally obtained, but this particular establishment, the nightclub, was constructed illegally. There were several violations that were flagged multiple times, and yet no action was taken. Why was the police, why was the local administration in Goa not taking action against them? That's something that will have to be answered as well. But first up, let's tell you what these violations are. We have accessed a document, a map that was a part of the petition that was filed in Goa. The encircled area that you see, this particular area is where Birch by Romeo Lane stood before the inferno. This encircled area is where the nightclub was being run by the Luthras. This was constructed. But here's where the problem is. This is the layout plan of the property in question, and that establishes that the entire region, as per the Goa government, is classified as an ecological sensitive zone, which means that it cannot be converted into a settlement zone, especially a commercial one, according to land rules. So how did this happen? How have they been functioning for so long? This encircled region shows that it was essentially declared a salt pan. And yet, there was a commercial establishment that was functioning there. Conclusively, the land was never meant to be carrying out any sort of businesses. It was originally owned by Pradeep Gadi Amolkar, who is the whistleblower or a petitioner in this particular case, also questioning the local administration and the state government as to why they let this happen. CNN News 18 has also accessed the complaint of the Town Planning Department as dated December 2023. Contents of the complaint copy, which we've accessed for you here on CNN News 18, list points of how there are several violations and irregularities at this ecologically sensitive zone by the petitioners. They have pointed out and sought succor for not just this case, but several such other properties that seem to be on land that they do not own. It highlights that there is no development zone, that there is construction that is taking place, and it is a tragedy waiting to happen. Some of the points mentioned in the complaint include how there is illegal construction on tenanted land, how there is demolition of traditional gates and discharge of sewage into the Baga River. It also mentions that the operation of a discotheque in an unstable structure could cause a major tragedy, and that's exactly what happened. So this was a tragedy in making, a man-made one at that. There were lapses which led to the kind of fire that we saw that caused 25 lives to have been lost, and somebody needs to be held accountable. We have also accessed a notice by the Panchayat office. This is dated 2024, April. This is last year. The notice is issued under the inspection that was carried out by Panchayat officials. The notice noted that the zone carried out unauthorized constructions of shops, of restaurants, of at least 6 other structures and platforms, all of which is illegal. This demolition notice addressed to the property owner, Surinder Kumar Khosla, also added that there was no documentary evidence that was produced by him, and hence demolition should be carried out. That was back in April 2024. Despite that, here we are in December 2025, almost a year and a half later. That structure was standing there, and not just standing, clearly thriving. Despite this, the property continued to carry out these commercial activities. They did not even respond to any of these official complaints or notices that were sent out by these authorities multiple times. So why is that? Will these Panchayat officials then be pulled up for their negligence, for their lapses? Now, as per these documents from the Goa Coastal Zone Management, it's established that the authority had received at least 2 complaints about this particular property but did not act because they claimed it was outside their jurisdiction. The Goa Coastal Zone Management tried to dust its hands off despite these grave complaints. The authority went on to say that the structure was legal and that the coastal region zone notification wasn't a violation. There were no environmental cause, they said, and that the subject matter is out of their jurisdiction area. So they washed their hands off. The police wasn't looking at it. So who exactly was responsible for what happened there? The tragedy unfolded about a fortnight ago. The Luthras are now in the national capital. They eventually will be taken to Goa to face the law. But are there more people involved? And will that bigger fish finally be in the net next? That's what we asked on Plain Speak.
Indian agencies escorted them. 3 officials guarded them throughout the flight. They were seated in the last row of this Indigo flight. It was about a 5-hour-long journey, 4.5, 5-hour-long journey. Throughout this time, they were kept restricted, not allowed to interact much.
So as I was saying that once they are in Patiala House Court and custody is given to them, then we believe that the Goa police will take them back to Panjim today itself because the investigation in this case largely depends on them.
Point by point questioning as to what was the channel that was being used and how exactly the entire money was also flowing into running this establishment, and not just that, who all were involved into this syndicate, while the nexus was largely consisting of also likely the political backing.
So let's open this up. Savio Rodriguez, senior journalist, is now joining with us. Shashikant, former IPS, and Ashutosh Srivastav, lawyer with the Supreme Court, is with us as well. We, of course, will be joined in by our colleagues who are getting us details of what exactly is transpiring. Those are the visuals of the Luthra brothers, Saurav and Gaurav, who have now been brought to Delhi. They eventually will be taken to Goa, where the cases against them are piling up, and so is the proof. But Savio, let me ask you this. You know, this is part of a problem. It's not the only problem that we're looking at, because yes, these 2 individuals will come now and face the law, but that is just the tip of the iceberg. The problem is also that they were allowed to function the way they did, and that's something that needs to be looked at too.
The larger problem, which I would like to tell your viewers and the panelists, is that the concept of nightclub is legally alien to Goa. What they do issue